Benvenuti a tutti e tutti. Welcome everyone. I'm Leonardo Annese. I'm introducing this new event. It's the workshop. It's a new kind of workshop. It's the first time actually that PIARC Italy is presenting a workshop totally in English and on a subject which is actually not technical, but it actually is one of the main reasons that move things and move them in a safe way. We are talking the acceptance of technology, the way people perceive technology. And today we are going to ask people from all over the world what their experience is and how they feel about it and how people feel about it. So let me introduce the Autonomous Vehicles, Social and Ethical Aspects, Present and Future Scenarios workshop. Welcome everyone. I would like to give word to the Secretary General of PIARC Italy, and Mr. Domenico Crocco, who is also first delegate of Italy, the Italian Commission for PIARC. And please, Mr. Crocco, go on with your presentation.
Good morning. Thank you, Leonardo. An autonomous driving vehicle, such as those that have been circulating for some time in many countries of the world, allows many things. If one cannot move from home, it can go alone to the pharmacy, to get medicines, to do the shopping, to bring masks and latex gloves to hospitals. It allows an elderly person without a driving license or a disabled person to travel by car. It makes it possible to work in a car as well as in an office without having to worry about the steering wheel. Obviously, in a technical and scientific spirit, in international discussion tables of the World Road Association, PIARC, in which we participate, the experts on autonomous driving and smart roads have also considered the zero option. Thus, they ask themselves whether the benefits of self-driving cars and smart roads exceed or undercut the costs. They also ask themselves whether we could do without them and whether they are really worth it. And the main reason that convinced them to say yes was not the convenience of driving or the ability to work comfortably in a car. It was the dramatic figures on road safety. 1,300,000 people died, 260,000 of them children, and 59 million were injured last year alone in the world. About 22,000 victims in Europe, down to 18,000 in 2020, just because of poor traffic flow during the traffic jams caused by the COVID-19 health emergency. About 3,000 victims in Italy, down to 1,700 for the same reason. Accidents that self-driving cars could really eliminate. Among these accidents, 94% are in fact due to the human factor: distraction, use of a mobile phone while driving, speed outside the limits. European directives have therefore made ADAS, automatic driver assistance systems, compulsory, such as automatic emergency braking, blood alcohol monitoring, automatic lane keeping, and automatic four-way turn signals in the event of sudden stops. The belief is that assisted driving and then autonomous driving, by eliminating the human factor that causes accidents, can lead to a future with zero fatalities, when, of course, only self-driving cars are on the road. That is why all over the world, the technology advanced tests of autonomous driving are ongoing. That is why all the most advanced countries are implementing projects to digitize their roads, turning them into smart roads, thus giving the self-driving car and the user as much information as possible, creating the best environment in which to travel. This is why engineers from all over the world involved in the World Road Association, PIARC, are working together intensively to share technical knowledge on autonomous driving, tests, and the implementation of a smartphone. Italy is also working in this direction as it plans to progressively digitize the main road by 2025 by order of the Ministry of Infrastructure and Transport, now the Ministry of Infrastructure and Sustainable Mobility. ANAS, the main road authority in Italy, is working in this direction with an ambitious plan to transform 3,000 kilometers of its network into smart roads. For some months now, on the roads of Turin and Parma, self-driving cars have been circulating in ordinary traffic. They proceed alone, without a driver, although there is always an experienced driver in the driver's seat, ready to take control of the vehicle. So far, there have been no accidents and the tests are going well. This means that even in Italy, autonomous driving is not only the future, but also the present. Autonomous driving is a technology that necessarily opens up important issues. Beyond the tests, which so far have been largely positive, what will be the social impact? Will users trust a car without a driver? Is an important question. The autonomous vehicle will also be required to make choices that may be decisive for the protection of human life. On the basis of what ethical principles will it make them? And in the case of an accident, will the owner of the vehicle, the car manufacturer, or the producer of the software implemented in the car be liable? These are all questions that have been addressed by the Working Group on Ethical, Social, and Safety Aspects operating within the PIARC Italy Technical Committee on Connected and Autonomous Driving and Smart Roads. Finally, I would like to emphasize the PIARC's strong ability to bring together all stakeholders in the sector, technicians, road operators, car manufacturers, university professors, industry, to ensure a constant dialogue between them, thus enabling the achievement of common objectives on cross-cutting and other topics. This goal is the first important result of a work destined to leave its mark on a future that is already present. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Cracco. Thank you, Domenico. And it was a general introduction to what PIARC Italy is doing in the field of automation. And a big effort is being produced in studying with two different technical committees. The one which is chaired by Mr. Domenico Crocco, and another one which is on the IDS systems, which is actually implementing all the new technologies on the roads. And thank you, Mr. Crocco, again. And now we go to the first speaker of our today's workshop, which is Mr. John Milton. And John Milton is the chair of the technical committee, road safety on PIARC. And not only he works for the Washington State Department of Transportation, where he is the state safety engineer and the director of transportation safety and system analysis, and a lot more. His curricula is really long. I have the honor to work with him in the technical committee. And so please, John, tell us what are the influences that automation can have on road safety? Is it going to improve it, or is it not going to do anything about it? Thank you, John.
Thank you very much, Leonardo. And obviously, I think with the advent of the connected vehicle, we're going to have a great change in safety, and that's what my discussion is going to be about today. So what I'd like to talk about is assessing the impacts of automated driving on the future of transportation safety. I'm going to pose a few questions to you just to think about as we go through this presentation. So given the safety benefits of automated driving systems, what will be the impacts on how I design and operate the roads? From a safety engineer's perspective, transition to ADS and to the automated system is going to occur over time, and I'm going to have to make some very, very difficult decisions as I go through this process. One, what's going to happen in the short term, medium term, and long term that are going to affect safety, and how will I transition? Right now, I'm having to make difficult trade-offs, as many countries are. With COVID, there was significant financial impacts about how I invest in road safety. So we brought this question to a research question, really. What are we going to do? How are we going to go about it? Is there a framework for transition that would be beneficial to me? So in the US, what we did is we brought together a research team essentially to help us answer that question. And really, we brought experts from the fields of transportation, connected vehicles, from analytics, as well as highway safety experts and human factors people, to have this overall discussion. Like when you think about what's going to happen, connected and autonomous vehicles are not going to happen overnight. Different institutions, different things are going to come out. And as they transition, I'm going to have to be making decisions all the way along. Do I have the analytical framework, for instance, to make those decisions? And right now, if you think about it, not really. I don't know what the real impacts of every single technology is going to be, and I'm going to have to learn more as I move through. We developed a project essentially to really focus on what are we going to do at safety planning, design, and operational decisions in terms of the investment framework that we have moving forward. We've worked this research in 4 different phases, or we're moving into the 4th phase and towards a 5th phase. What we really wanted to do in phase 1 is understand kind of the history and the lessons learned about ADS and that ADS technology. And then from that, develop a framework for decision making. I'll talk a little bit about the decision making framework. It's important for us all. We then moved to an ADS and Transportation Safety Summit. The idea behind that was to work with our colleagues throughout the United States and say, what is it that you are really thinking about, and how are you going to go about transitioning into ADS? Are you making decisions, for instance, to do different ways of lane striping to help those vehicles along the road surface? And what infrastructure decisions are you going to make? One thing that I think about quite often, if ADS is going to have a significant impact on what I do from a transportation safety perspective, are there decisions that I can make, for instance, not doing as much roadside safety work, so that I can put that money into a different location to invest in safety? Now, at some point, the road designs and the roadside designs that I have are likely going to change because of the benefits brought on because of ADS technology. So we brought together the states and to provide input to us over a transition period. One, we met the first time to talk about the framework. Second, to talk about technology dependencies and data needs, and then in case studies. My presentation that I'm giving you today is really focused on the framework discussions, but I also included how we develop the case studies, and Leonardo will make that available, I think, as we move forward. So this is what we thought about. Review of safety impact assessment framework. So essentially it's a 6-step process in which we look at select ADS feature to be assessed. And I'll go through each one of these to understand the ADS feature in terms of its functionality, as well as what we expect from a market penetration rate. Again, the idea that ADS is going to be here tomorrow may or may not be true, and depending on what technology you're talking about. And so there's different decision-making points of view. We wanted to define the operational domain and identify the technology and infrastructure dependencies. So if this ADS technology is put in place, what in terms of the impacts does it have on the infrastructure? Will it change decision-making? To define the safety goals and hypothesis, do I have a belief when I put that ADS that it's going to do something? For instance, reduce rear-end type crashes. If it does reduce rear-end type crashes, then do I change my decision-making process from a safety point of view to no longer worry about rear-end type crashes, or to change my design policy? And then look at the analysis methodology. I'm an academic in part, as well as a practitioner. So the methodology for which I assess issues is very, very important to me. And then how do I communicate those outcomes? Look, things can change, and they will change, but how do I communicate and modify my design criteria, my design standards, my operational criteria, such that real change will occur in the way that I build, design, and operate the system? So identify the ADS focus was our first step. Identify the ADS feature of interest. And for each identified ADS feature, note the level of automation and evaluate the factors that may impede support or deployment of that. For instance, there might be policies, user perception. We've heard in the past about user perception about ADS in terms of vulnerable road users. We've heard about the social equity concerns of ADS, maybe not affecting everybody equally. How do we deal with that fact? To understand the functionality and operational design domain of the feature through the OEM user manuals, do I understand what that technology is really intended to do? And then do I make decisions based on it? And then estimate the penetration rate. So from that, then select and understand ADS features. And this is just a slide showing you how we would go through that thought process. What does high disruption mean? What does low disruption mean? And does that affect my design decisions? High disruption would be a certain market penetration as well as low. And so we define that equally. Those decisions, if you think about the United States, are going to be 50 different decisions in terms of how we might be assessing the system. Is that going to work in the US to create consistency? Maybe not. And that is a big part of why we decided that thought process, put out this research. Define deployment scenarios. So deployment is going to occur differently in different situations. It's going to require the infrastructure to speak to the vehicle, and sometimes the vehicle to the infrastructure. That's important. But we need to know about that in terms of the decisions that we make. Vehicles and we also need to know where those ADS features are going to be operating more often than not. Vehicles on a highway or a multi-lane, are they going to be operating in a rural environment where speeds might be very, very high, or where they might be low? Deployment timeline and market penetration. And then what are the risks and opportunities that are associated with each of these different deployment scenarios? It's important to understand that so that if you need to mitigate for those issues. For instance, right now, the discussion in the US is, do we move from a 4-inch lane stripe to a 6-inch lane stripe? If you think about that in terms of the decision it makes, it's pretty simple. It's easy to go out and restripe. The issue, though, is that it costs a lot of money to do so and to maintain those lane stripes. And should I be doing it right now? That's a primary question. When should I and how should I move those things forward? The next step in our framework is to define the safety goals and hypotheses for each scenario. Identify the possible safety goals. What is this intended to do? And how much reduction in whatever the severity or frequency of crashes are. And then with that, define a hypothesis. Now, in the states, one thing that we've done, each one of the states will have essentially, and Leonardo, are you seeing my slides?
Oh, I think you have not shared them. Okay, now you did. Now you're doing it.
Oh, my apologies.
It's okay. We were following you anyway.
So define the safety goals and hypothesis for each scenario. So in this particular case, the lane departure, conditional automated highway driving to reduce lane departures. That in the US, as I was suggesting, each one of us will have essentially a hypothesis as to how this is going to occur. In the US, we have strategic highway plans. Each of the 50 states is required to make a strategic highway safety plan, of which they define emphasis areas for those strategic plans. These are areas that I want to address in terms of reducing fatal and serious crashes overall. Okay. So if I'm going to be putting in a technology and I'm looking at my emphasis area, for instance, lane departure, what is the hypothesis that I would have in terms of this issue being addressed by ADS? Conditional automated highway drive will reduce lane crashes, as an example. So we brought forth a series of questions to our state participants. Are you considering ADS when you're setting safety targets? When is it the right time to consider ADS in terms of what its impacts or real impacts will be in terms of driving down fatal and serious crashes worldwide? Is it today? Is it sometime in the future? Are you considering ADS features when you're establishing emphasis areas in your safety plans? If you're not, then the issue that you face essentially is, what are you going to be able to do in terms of addressing ADS as part of your overall safety program? Are you considering ADS features when developing strategies in your safety plan? Again, the thinking is here to be able to plan for ADS is an important part of moving ADS forward. And if you're not planning for it, why aren't you planning for it? What is it you're going to do in place of those impacts that you're going to achieve from ADS as a feature overall? And this is just an example of how we go through defining the safety goals and hypotheses. So within planning, it's our strategic highway safety plan, our regional ITS, intelligent transportation structure, and our ITS strategic plans. We want to look at what types of trips and geographic areas will early ADS deployment favor. We may want to look at how do we coordinate across agencies, the state, and the nation to get the best deployment overall. And if we don't, what are we going to do in place? From a design standards perspective, ADS is going to have an incredible change in the way we do business. When is the right time to start changing design criteria and operational criteria? That is an important part. From a safety perspective, when we look at ADS, we haven't focused on what it means in terms of how I will change my design, how I will change my operation. And that is an important part of what's coming out and what we're trying to understand, particularly from a traffic operations standpoint. Do we design differently? For instance, roundabouts are becoming more predominant. How do ADS and how will ADS work in an environment without lane striping, where they're making many decisions at different points where vehicles are entering at different angles? And then choose the metrics the data sources you may have, and the method of analysis. And ultimately, to be able to communicate your outcomes. You're going to communicate differently across different scenarios. For instance, identifying the relative content, to choose the medium of how you're going to report that information and obtain feedback. And just very quickly, questions about what are your common safety challenges? How does ADS mitigate those? How do human factors and behavioral concerns relate to ADS? And then do you have the physical infrastructure? And this is just an example of the common safety issues that we face: pedestrian work zone, human behaviors and factors, incident response, intersection crashes, and roadway departure. These are just 4 examples of the areas that you may want to address when you're thinking about ADS and what you do. And then about how ADS may mitigate those things. And questions 2 is, what are the common safety challenges does your jurisdiction have? What are the expectations that you would have with ADS, and what do you have in terms of challenges in deploying ADS features? And then the question said is, what facility types would benefit, what crash types and contributing factors, and what are some of the unintended risks? And these are just related to some of the human behavioral concerns with ADS. And I'm trying to move quickly through this. And what are the crashes related to the human factors? What are the unintended consequences? How do you manage interactions with and among bicyclists, pedestrians, and vehicles? And how do you accommodate parking in the near future? And what physical and digital infrastructure do you have in place? This is a common question that we have. Is your signage in good condition? Does dedicated lanes to have median barriers, visibility across traffic control devices, and physical infrastructure? Is it in place? Does it need to be in place? And what decisions will be important for you as you move forward? And with that, I'd like to pass it back to you, Leonardo. Thank you very much.
No, you're welcome. Thank you for accepting our invitation to this workshop. And now I would like to give word to Julia, because she's going to explain to you how the instant polls and the question time is going to work. So if Julia can introduce yourself and explain to all of us, how is it going to work?
Good afternoon. Here we are. So now I'm going to share my screen. I'm Giulia, and I will moderate the question and answer session. And I'm going to explain to you the instant poll.
Aspetta che non stai condividendo.
Yes, now I'm going to share my screen with you.
Okay.
Here you are. Can you see my screen? Okay.
Yes.
So Slido.com is very easy. You simply need to open any browser on your laptop or smartphone by going to Slido.com and typing in this event code, which is this one, 940941. Or you can simply scan the QR code. Once you are logged in, you can start sending your questions. At the end, there will be the question and answer sessions. The same is for the instant poll. Okay, so you need to go to Slido.com, enter the code, or scan the QR code. We will have an instant poll session at 4:15 and at 6:30. If you have problems, you can write in chat and I will answer. But I'm sure that it will be very, very easy to use.
And we're also having a question and answer final session at the end, where everyone can actually write their own answers and questions to all the speakers and to us, so the organization, of course, and we're going to give the direct live answers to them, given the time we have left. So please remember, to all speakers, that you have 15 minutes, and try to keep inside that timing, because you otherwise the ones who follow you will not have the time they need. And 2 minutes before your time is over, I will ring this bell, so you will know that you'll have to rush up and have 2 minutes. And I'm not going to interrupt you, because it's not a very polite thing to do, but this bell will remind you exactly how much time you have left. So our next speaker, Arianna will introduce the speaker.
Good morning, everyone. So now let's listen to our fourth speaker, Mr. Chung, a transformational global executive with 2 decades of international experience, National Safety Council Vice President, responsible for leading roadway safety initiatives that range from overseeing and growing its defensive driving programs to managing the Road to Zero coalition. He is going to deliver his presentation on educating the public on value and usage of ADAS and AVs. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ariana. Good afternoon and good morning and good evening. Are you guys able to see the presenter view of the presentation, or are you seeing the presentation mode?
We see the presentation mode.
Okay, great.
We can see.
All right, fantastic. So, so I'm here to talk about this morning, or this afternoon rather, to talk about AVs and the future of mobility, but from a humanistic perspective. And I think a lot of discussions that all of us get involved in about the future of mobility tends to center on the machine. And I would like to talk about the human aspect as well as the safety aspect of the future of mobility. So for that, let's just imagine a world where the human cost of travel is 0. So the human cost meaning fatalities and injuries. And I think we all envision that future where the human cost will be 0, where you could summon a car, hop in the back seat, get to your destination with really no consideration for safety at all. And I think what we want to do is from the National Safety Council, as well as many of our partners, we want to be able to get the human aspect into the general discussion so that as we get to level 5 autonomy, that we take into consideration, serious consideration to safety, so we can minimize the fatalities and injuries as we march toward level 5 autonomy. Now, before we get to this utopian world of no injuries and no fatalities, we have to, I think, fix a lot of things in the interim. So for instance, this is a statistic from the United States on highway fatalities. We have a ways to go in terms of reaching our future aspirational state. And I think in the US, the number of fatalities on the roadways have been increasing over the last decade instead of decreasing. And this is despite all the advanced technologies being incorporated into vehicles on an annual basis. Despite that, we have been seeing an increase in fatalities. And in 2020, we saw an increase in fatalities despite the decrease in the overall miles traveled in the United States due to the pandemic. And the rate of death, and this is calculated by the number of miles traveled against the number of fatalities, increased 24% in 2020 versus 2019, which is the highest increase that we have seen since we started tracking this statistic in 1924. So this is absolutely tragic, and we have to do a lot more to reverse this trend. Now, one of the strategic imperatives of the National Safety Council is for us to facilitate the development and implementation of technologies that have safety impact. So we've talked about ADAS, I'm sure, up to this point in this conference. And ADAS has tremendous amount of benefits in terms of reducing deaths and reducing injuries on the highway. So for instance, our friends at the IIHS prepared this particular infographic that shows all the benefits of, for instance, forward collision warning with auto brake, lane departure warning, blind spot detection, rear automatic braking, etc. And these are just examples of ADAS features that have tremendous impact, positive impact on reducing injuries and death. However, there is a lot of confusion. And just to give you an example, in the United States, the term to describe adaptive cruise control sometimes is described as smart cruise control, or intelligent cruise control, or dynamic radar cruise control, or my favorite from Mercedes-Benz, Distronic Plus. So there are many, many terms to describe the same feature or very similar features. And I understand this because, you know, I have been part of the automotive industry, and automotive industry is unique in that its players compete on differentiating safety features, which is from a marketing standpoint, great. However, from the consumer standpoint, it is confusing. And when there's confusion, there's sometimes over-reliance or perhaps under-reliance on these ADAS features that could produce unintended consequences, such as injuries and death. To make things even more confusing for the end consumer, OEMs are now, you know, competing and differentiating themselves along the levels of autonomy. So we all hear about, you know, Tesla talking about autopilot and sort of marketing their products to be perhaps more than, say, level 2. And we have many other automakers that position themselves along this spectrum of level 0 to level 5. And this is the standard that was created by the SAE International, the J3016 standard, that is most commonly used to describe the levels of autonomy for a given vehicle. Now, the purpose of the standard was to really inform engineers on what the standards mean and how to then describe the machine or the feature that they were designing for. It was not intended for consumers, but it's being used to communicate to consumers and really causing a lot of confusion, because this standard is really a engineering definition, meaning it's a machine focused definition as opposed to the human definition. So it doesn't really describe what the human needs to do in a level 3 vehicle, level 4 vehicle, as opposed to what the machine does in the level 4 or level 5 situation. Now, I do have to take some responsibility for that, because you know, my previous role prior to arriving at National Safety Council, I was the chief marketing officer at SAE International. So I signed off on this document. So I do feel partly responsible. However, I do believe that there's a better way of communicating to the public about the levels of autonomy that is more consumer friendly. Now, recent study from JD Power points to the need for automotive industry to better educate and engage consumers. And really this is key because, again, we have found that consumers either over-rely or under-rely on ADAS features, and that is not optimal. We need for them to be able to understand truly what the function is and be able to then derive the true benefits of ADAS features to minimize injury and safety and minimize injuries and death. So to do that, the National Safety Council, along with other organizations, have participated in clearing the confusion and harmonizing the nomenclature and the definitions of the various ADAS terminologies so that we can move towards standardization. This is just one of many efforts that we are taking to move the industry forward in clearing up the confusion and adopting more of a consumer point of view in communicating. Now, here's another sort of consumer-centric view. This is from our friends over at EdgeCase Research, who published a medium.com blog post where they proposed a consumer-centric approach in defining the levels of autonomy. So rather than taking an engineer point of view, this is strictly from a person or the human point of view. So for instance, in the supervised mode, it is clear that the human's role is eyes on the road. You have to be engaged. While the car is driving, you, the human, you're responsible for driving safety. And you're also responsible for other safety, such as making sure your passengers are buckled in, or making sure your tires are inflated, making sure that the other maintenance aspects of your vehicle is taken care of. So it's clearly defined from a human perspective. And this is, I believe, a much better way of communicating the levels of autonomy that is more consumer friendly and easily understood by consumers than the SAE J3016 framework. So our way forward in terms of making sure that we get to the zero human cost of travel is we need clarity and consistency and education of ADAS features, because we need consumers to be able to utilize the full benefits of ADAS features, and they can't do that if they don't understand it or there's confusion. And to do that, we need to be able to then craft messaging that is based on the point of view of the end user from the consumer's perspective, as opposed to the marketing speak from the factory or from the industry or from the machine's point of view. We really need the human point of view in communicating. And to do that, we really have to work together. So which means industry, academia, government really need to get together across, internationally to achieve alignment on this task to maximize impact. So with that, I will turn it back over to Leonardo. You're on mute, Leonardo.
I always forget to reopen it after it's my turn. Thank you so much, because it's a pleasure to know your affiliation. I really didn't know it before. I'm sorry, and I'm sure that we can actually start working together, because all the things you said are the point of my working group, the humanistic, as you said, aspect of automation, not only the producers, the automotive, or the road infrastructure management, but mainly the human person who is in the vehicle, and how it will perceive the safety or the automation that it is present in the vehicle. Because the main problem with these 5 levels of automation is that the last 2, the 3 and the 4, are actually the most dangerous ones, because you do not actually know what you can do and what you cannot do. Overestimate the automation can lead to mishaps. For example, what happened with the Tesla some time ago? They had that deadly accident and people lost their lives, because it was not the fault of the vehicle, but it was the fault of the people in the car who actually cheated on the machine, pretending they were actually being active in the car, but while they were not. But there was not a full automated car. And people have to understand and learn what this ADAS and other things can actually do, and what they cannot do, and what you still have to be doing in the car, even if it's automation. And Mr. Picardi, I'm sure he will talk about it, because he is director of the Federation of Driving Schools in Europe. So we actually working together to implement some specific teaching formats just for this, for people to understand what ADAS can do for them and what they cannot do, and what you still have to do. So jumping from level 3 to level 5, it's probably a way of avoiding all these misconceptions and misunderstanding between the person and the vehicle. And yes, I do agree with you. Information is the basic point. You have to teach people what they have to do, and because consciousness is the basis not to be afraid of something. So our duty here is to let people know what this whole thing is about. So I'm sorry, Mr. Sarzana is not with us, because this morning he did the vaccine for the COVID, and he says he's actually unable to talk. So we're sorry for him, and I hope we will see them next time. So Arianna, you can introduce our next speaker, please.
Yes, of course. As you mentioned, we are proud to give the floor to Mr. Picardi, who is Secretary General of the European Federation of Driving Schools and member of PIARC Ethical, Social and Safety Aspects of Autonomous Driving PIARC Italian National Committee, and who is going to deliver his speech on From Dream to Reality, how is international driving license system adapting to AV? So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Leonardo, also for the invitation. I'm very proud to take part of the event today. Can you see my screen? Let's try with this. Okay. Can you see?
Yes, perfect.
Yeah. So now we jump back to level number 0, because in the driving school, the vehicles are quite next to the 0. Okay, from dream to reality, as already mentioned, how is the international driving license system adapting to autonomous vehicles? Just a brief introduction about our association. EFA is an international NGO who is composed by 23 national driving school association. We currently have also 11 affiliate members or different stakeholders involved in road safety, and 7 road safety partners with whom we are developing different global projects. Which are our aims as a European Federation? We try to harmonize the education and examination of future drivers and education and examination of driving instructors as well. And we at the end create a minimum standard for driving school, and we are focused on a lifelong learning. And I think that this is the right time to speak about this, also because with the lot changes that are living currently, definitely is needed, is required further training for all the drivers. These are our lab. This is our last creation. We have created driving and training labs where we can develop devices, useful tools for the driving instructors and the driving schools. So on the top of the screen, you can see 2 of the last devices that we have already created. Is just for tracking the training of the students during their training, and we are thinking to introduce as well on the exams. On the bottom part of the screen, you can see some AGG examination that we are doing, just understanding the level of attention of our students during the trainings, and SimuSafe activities that we have done in the last 3 years, because we are currently members of this European funded project, trying to understand how simulators could be insert into the driver instructors and novice drivers curricula. At political level, we are taking part to different international working group. Currently, we are working with DigiMove because, as some of you already have heard, the last part of the year probably will be introduced some modification of the 3rd directive. The 3rd directive is the 2006-126 is the driving license directive. So the ones who regulates the exams into the driving licensing system. And as you can see, we presented some of amendments because we think that it's time to change something, especially on regard of technology into the vehicles. On the bottom part, you can see that we are joining. I've been invited to the last WP1 of UNEC, so the Department of UN who develop road safety programs, recommendations, and so on. And definitely we are involved into the driving permit, automatic driving, and the human factor, not automatic driving field for just with the point of view of the training. Dream or reality? Well, it's a good question, and actually, when I spoke with Leonardo, we were told that this could be a good provocation question, because everybody now is really enthusiastic about the new wave of technology and the autonomous vehicle. But we are the driving instructors, we are the workers on the roads, and definitely we know the reality, we know the people, we are in touch with all the students and the elderly drivers as well. And we see that there is a very huge gap today between the technology and the things that the institution are trying to design today and the current need of the users. Regarding the users, I start speaking with about the driving schools, so the driving school sector, the driving instructors, and as you can see in the table, I take some question that we spread to our members regarding the technology in the theory session and in the practical session. So the first two questions are: is the V-theory test computerized? Yes, it's most of quite all the countries there are the touchscreen system just for a reply to the questions of a test, and this is not really complicated. Actually, since a lot of years, as in Italy, is already introduced this system, but we have already not have the hazard perception test. This is it's a really important test that its own country has been introduced between the theory and the practical test. And the hazard perception test is really important to understand if the students, they already have understood the things important to the road safety, because we are used to say that the students go to the driving school not to learn properly, to learn safely, but just for getting the driving license. So this is the big problem that we have. And as you can see on the question number 2, there are a lot of countries that still exist the hazard perception test. In the third and the fourth questions are regarding the use of simulators, so this technology regarding the practical parts. And as you can see, the use of simulator is compulsory just in one country, and in the other country is voluntary. It means that no one uses it. So sometimes we can find some excellences, but at the end, it's not very popular because it's not very easy to ask to the student to make training in the car, and you can think about the training into the simulators as well. And the last question is concerning the ADAS, the use of the ADAS into the driving school. And you can see it's interesting replies arrived from the countries, because in a lot of countries is not allowed the use of the ADAS during the practical exam. What does it mean? That probably the driving instructors as well, or they didn't buy the car with the ADAS, or they don't show to the students because they do not require this, because they just want to pass the exam, the test. And so often there is not time enough to explain all the topics regarding the use of the ADAS. So we say that technology available already exists, but the interest in wanting to apply is missing. This is an example that I produced. I would like to show you this brief video produced by our Ifa partners, Jelly Learn. Jelly Learn is the company who provides video for the hazard perception test to the DVSA. DVSA is the traffic department in UK. And this is to explain how it works, the traveling of autonomous vehicle, and which are the questions that we have to pose to ourselves regarding the difficulties of the autonomous vehicle to recognize the different signal from the environment. The red circle that appears sometimes are the different hazards that we are not sure about the interpretation from the sensors of the autonomous vehicle. This is the wrong way cyclist, this is riding on the back. This is the dotted line or consumed line, how it will be interpreted. Or the box rolling could be a real hazard, a real obstacle or not, it's dangerous. Or the reflex into the paddle, how will be interpreted by the autonomous vehicle, and so on. I go ahead, and the technology, as I mentioned, is already available, but we are really in trouble to use it because we are locked by the legislation. So we are pushing on the spread of electrical vehicles, hybrid vehicles, but to be realistic, the driving school, they do not buy this kind of vehicle, because if we make the training with this, and if we make the exam with this, the students, they will have a code 78, that it means they will have restrictions for driving, and so they will be allowed to drive just the automatic gearbox vehicles. So we are trying to propose some solutions that now I show to you, like this one, the Ifa Training Matrix. This is a new concept of training where we indicate the topics linked to the road safety are the ones that could be certified by the driving schools. And today we have the devices to verify that the real training has been done. And the topics that has to remain to be certified, to pass through the exam, both theory and practical. So we separate the skills from the knowledge. The topics on the skill is not required to be examined, because if it is, the students will focus just on passing the exam and nothing is changed. And the other one, the topics on knowledge, definitely will be necessary that all the students will be tested on this. So with this matrix, we can compensate the lack of examiners. This is a huge problem all around Europe, especially in Italy, that the waiting time for making an exam could arrive around 7-8 months for each exam. And can easily be applied the updating of the program regarding the IADAS and the other topics that follow in the technology is really complicated for the institution to remain in line. So conclusion, we say that definitely we believe that technology is really important, is so playing a very important role, and we will embrace the technology, but we are just soldiers, so we try to influence the institution, but it's not very easy. And so we think that in the theory, we need to introduce animation, test, hazard perception, as already you've seen before. And definitely in the practical part as well, we need to teach, we need the opportunity to teach to the students how is moving the car market, and so how we can training the people to the vehicle that they can buy easily into the market. I just, as a provocation as well, I would like to pose you some open questions. So we have two scenarios. We have the scenarios of how to teach the car, the autonomous vehicle. So the high level mentioned before, level 3, level 4, that's here. And the open question to the driving school industry. So regarding the first scenario about how to drive the vehicle, we have seen before the video of some of the hazard. How do we distinguish between a real or imaginary hazard, as the cartoon seen before, the flex in the parallel, and so on? How we can train the driver to understand the hazards that exist, or to make good decision about avoiding and preventing an accident? This is the first question. But the other scenario, the one we are used to think on deep, is the driving school industry. How do deliver training for candidates that will drive autonomous vehicles? You know which are the minimum requirements today for a driving school car? 4 wheels and has to reach 100 km/h. So we can drive a Fiat Panda from 80s, I love it, or we can buy a level 3 cars with all the devices that you can imagine. So we need some EU, a definitely national regulation, to understand which is the, okay, I see the bell. Okay, just one slide more. This is our Ifa manifest. Can you hear the music? No. Can you, because probably I'm not authorized to share it. Can you share, Leonardo, from your office? You are mute, Leonardo, sorry.
Marco, Marco, puoi fare te, vedere un attimo come si può fare? I don't think we have the time to listen to. I'm sure we can do it next time, Manuel.
Okay.
One question. I see you have 3 children behind you. I know they're not real.
Missing the dog.
do you think? I'm asking everyone of the people that are listening to us. Do you think that automated vehicles, autonomous vehicle, can actually drive children even without adults accompanying them? Would you let your children to drive alone on an autonomous car?
Well, it's a very good question. Definitely, I think that you are speaking about the level 5 vehicles. Which kind of vehicle? This kind, I don't know how will be the children in that era, because probably we are speaking about how many years in 20, in 30 years. You think less, because for the information that I have today, currently at UNEC meeting where I attend, I said that they changed the article number 8 of the Road Time Convention, so that the driver has not the exclusivity to be the driver, to remain at the steering wheel, but definitely he always has to be ready to intervene. So I think that current today is the misunderstanding of the role of the driver. Maybe we cannot call him again driver when he's in an automatic mode, but at the end someone has to be ready to intervene if it will be necessary.
The driver would be called the passenger. It's like when we drive a taxi, or when we drive a train, or when we are on an airplane, we are not actually driving them, we are just passengers, and we never ask who is driving. When you sit on an airplane, you don't worry who is driving. You're not, you know that someone is in charge of it, and actually your pieces.
Okay,
with it.
But I pose to you a question. So if you are passengers in the bus, and the bus driver is sick, and so he stops, what do you do? What your children will do? So at the end,
okay, but that's the thing in any kind of vehicle, even on a bicycle. So, but as I say, man is fallible. Machines are less fallible than a human, so there's less chances of accidents.
I'm used to repeat that autonomous vehicle already exists since 30, 20, 25 years. So, and we already use this. So the underground, the train, the flight already exist.
Exactly.
But the things that I always repeat, there is a professional who stay there, always ready to intervene if necessary. This is as a conversation that I have this morning. This is the problem. We have to reduce the task of the drivers. So we have to simplify their life. But currently, we are not simplified at all, because everybody has to study a lot or to better understand how to take advantage from this kind of vehicles.
Yes, this is the whole point of the group I lead, with a social and ethical acceptance of automated driving. We have to make people accept this technology, and how do we do that? Is to show them what it is and what it can do, so they have full consciousness of this new technology. Thank you, Manuel. Then I'm going to the next speaker now, which is our friend Laura Kokonea. She has a PhD degree in electronics and telecommunications engineering from Politecnico di Torino in Italy. She joined the SWARCO team back in 2011, and now the head of innovation and ITS division, dealing with R&D, research and development activities connected to the area of the future. And I would like to read the motto that I read on the SWARCO website, which I really like. We improve quality of life by making the travel experience safer, quicker, more convenient, and environmentally sound. I think that's something we all agreed on. And of course, this is where we all want to go to. So Laura, please, it's on you. Yeah, I already
Thank you. And thank you so much for inviting me today. And I must give all my compliments to you, because organizing such an event with speakers from so different time zones on a Friday, it's really a big challenge, and you made it. I hope that you see my screen well.
We are used about it. We have meetings from all sides of the world, all continents. So it's our usual way of doing things. Thank you.
Thank you. So you see my screen correctly, right? Okay, so just a few words about Swarco. I really like the fact that you spotted this on our website because yeah, I decided to show it to you today because I think it's really relevant to the topic of today's talk and also to how transportation is generally evolving, because transportation is not anymore just shifting from A to B, but it's really an experience. And when also we as solution providers look at urban mobility or at mobility generally speaking, we look at the experience and we look really at the quality of life. And this is our dream, like probably for all in this round. Just a few words about what we do. So basically, I think we are a pretty unique combination as Swarco. We have more than 50 years and we were born from the Swarovski family that actually started their business with the production of glass beads for increasing reflectivity of road markings. So this is where we started. And then it grew really to all aspects of mobility that you can see here. So urban and interurban traffic management, parking, e-mobility, public transport, and of course, still road markings. In Italy, we are present in Turin, and we were born, more than, around 40 years ago. And we are really around the world with our installations, and we invest a lot of effort in research since many years. But getting back to our topic today, my presentation will touch the two topics, let's say. First of all, what is the role of the road infrastructure when we talk about road automation and about autonomous driving? And then how does this relate to acceptance, generally speaking? Of course, we speak about autonomous driving and we all dream at a world where this will take us basically to a more secure environment, because the autonomous car will never be actually nervous, drunk, or tired, for example. We will be able to produce more because we will shift on our way to work without driving, so we will be able to do something else, like maybe conferences or meetings. We will be able to place on the car's kids or maybe elderly people that cannot drive, and they could shift with the car from A to B, and so on. But do we need infrastructure for autonomous driving? Because during the years, it was stated so many times from the OEM side that no road infrastructure is actually required for autonomous driving, because autonomous driving is autonomous as such. Nevertheless, we believe that there are some points where infrastructure is really needed and can support. For example, when you talk about network level coordination and orchestration, let's say, when you talk about the line of sight of the vehicles that can be increased from some meters to some tens of meters and so on. And for example, if we look about if we look also at general trends, we can see that connected infrastructure was also identified by Gartner as something being developed and also reaching already, let's say, a plateau of productivity. So really transforming from R&D and prototypes and site tries to really something that it's being deployed. And we notice this also at EU level now with the C-roads and so on. But what is the role of the infrastructure? Well, we believe that we can, if we can choose two main aspects. On one side, of course, it can be the static reference with the high quality road markings. I'm sure that you all know that they said that the road markings are actually the rails of the autonomous car. but also on the other side, with all the levels of ITS services and dynamic data and information for increasing the line of sight, as we were saying before, for the orchestration at network level. And also it was mentioned in the first speech, in the first presentation of today by John Milton, for example, the support in managing the operational design domain at vehicle level. I wanted to share this slide with you because I think if we talk about acceptance, we talk about people that need to understand and need to believe in something. And in order to believe in something, you need to understand and feel the benefits. So we really believe that what was called, for example, already in the previous presentations as V2X or CITS or now CCAM, Connected, Cooperative and Automated Mobility, it's producing benefits and a win-win-win scenario for public authorities in, for example, reduce costs and maintenance. You think someday you could replace the loops with simply data coming from the connected cars. From the final user, because you could work more on the protection of the vulnerable road users, for the fleet owners, for example, because they could rely, more on the service, they could save fuel and so on. So we believe that acceptance is highly related to benefits. And yesterday, I was in an event with ERTICO, the European ITS Association, and I really liked because their innovation director was stating, we live in our ITS bubble because we think about it every day. And it feels so obvious that this is so great and brings a lot, lots of benefits and so on. But we need to educate people outside that don't even think about all the stuff that we are thinking about every day. So this takes me to the second part of the short presentation. Just a few words about acceptance when we talk about autonomous driving. So if you look on the right side of the slide, when we talk about CCAM, so Connected, Cooperative and Automated Mobility, we have really lots of stakeholders. So from the road infrastructure managers, public authorities and telecom technology and so on.
Mi hai boicottate? Va bene, non ti parlerò più.
Road users and academia, and they are all involved in this business architecture of CCAM. So we need to look at acceptance from different perspectives, and this is really complex. But if we look at the road operators and if we think about investments in infrastructure that is ready for autonomous cars, how could they understand if the users are satisfied, are happy with this, or indeed would they let their kids travel in an autonomous vehicle? How can they receive the concerns of users? Is this acceptance degree so high to justify investments already? Are we already in a phase of deployment? And then how is the traffic management actually evolving towards autonomous driving? Because there is an infrastructure, an ITS infrastructure out there, and we need to update it. And how do the responsibilities actually will share among all these stakeholders? In the meantime, just at a glance, how we believe that the traffic management will evolve. And this probably will bring benefits to everybody and will support the evolution of infrastructure. So at some point we were talking about TM, what we called here 0.0, really standalone system. So we were having loops, we were having traffic lights, VMSs and vehicles, and they were not communicating. Then we talk about connected vehicles, where we have somehow a one-way communication, where we share floating car data, or we share in-vehicle information, or we share the information of the traffic light inside the vehicle. But then the next steps is really to get into collaborative schemes, where we share all trip data, and on the other hand, we also share traffic management plans and strategies in order to have a convergence of objectives. And here I just want to mention that actually the world is shifting in that direction because, for example, the latest version of DATEX has a container for sharing traffic management plans. Just in the last 3 slides, a couple of words of how we work on acceptance. We as VARCO participate since 20 years, more or less, in projects, funded projects, self-funded, or from the European Commission or national entities on the topic of CCAM, or role of infrastructure towards autonomous driving. And what I bring here today to the table is a project that's called Drive to the Future, that it's not working on the technology anymore, because we said it also before, even today, the technology is out there, but now what? The legal framework, the acceptance, the deployment, the investments, and Drive to the Future is really focusing on the acceptance. So it develops trainings, HMI concept, incentives, and all kinds of measures and of tools in order to enable all the stakeholders, like users, you see drivers in brackets because we don't know how to call these people, operators, drivers, travelers, in order to enable all the stakeholders to accept and to use this future technology. And in Italy, we are working with Roma Servizi per la Mobilità in this project. They are kindly supporting the developments of Drive to the Future through a letter of support. And what we tried to do there was really to start with small steps in approaching the operators of the traffic management center to what will be the evolution of the traffic management center towards autonomous vehicles, with a very simple application that is installed in via Appia Nuova in Rome. And this application is called Traffic Light Assistant. So we provide the information of the traffic lights change inside the vehicle. Of course, for test purposes, we use a simple app. And on the other side, at the operator side, we have a dashboard like the one that you see on the right that shows the performances of the services. We also train them for some days on various topics and also more in depth on the specific application. And we tried also to get some insights from them. So I just want to make you smile, maybe. We asked, in how many years do you believe the Rome Traffic Management Center will evolve towards autonomous driving? And the largest part was optimistic. They said around 15 years, but yet a big part, they said that maybe even more. So in conclusion, we believe that the role of road infrastructure is really fundamental if we talk about the safety of vulnerable road users and orchestration at network level. We believe that traffic management will evolve more and more towards a collaborative environment. We believe that the road infrastructure has a really high impact, especially for level 4 of vehicle automation, also in relation to the ODD management. And as a final conclusion, it is highly important really to invest in training, in awareness at all levels to users and road operators in order to increase acceptance, because this will enable basically the evolution towards automation. And that was all from my side for today. You are muted, I guess. You are muted.
No,
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. Anytime I hear the word acceptance, it just makes me happy, because it means that all the work we've been doing with my group for this past 2 years has a meaning for a lot of people. You know, PIARC is a technical association made of engineers So when I proposed to create this working group, they kind of, looked up and say, oh, come on, this is not the topic of PIARC. But I see more and more people that are actually working on it internationally. And this is an example today. It is an example that actually there is work going on, and acceptance of technology is important and essential matter. Yes, I'm sure we can work on it more and more. And I will, after the break, I will talk to you about a project we are working on, which is really, really fascinating. And I would like to involve you. One question I would like to ask, since we were talking about cooperation and having the technology available, how about low and middle income countries? How do I ask you, to all the people listening, to all the speakers, how do you think automation can be proposed to these countries where there are levels of safety, level of infrastructure, which is not comparable to the Western world? And so do you think do you think about it? We can discuss it afterwards. What kind of automation do you think it could be applicable in those countries? Okay, so with this in mind, Arianna, you can introduce our next speaker.
Of course. So this is the first time PIARC has the honor to welcome a speaker from Singapore, Head Policy System Group, and the co-chair of the PhD program in public policy at the International University of Singapore. He has conducted research on 4 continents and whose interest focuses on the unique challenges that arise from the introduction of new technology to society. We are really proud to introduce Mr. Tayak and his speech on governing autonomous vehicle. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. If I may share the screen, I will start the presentation. Okay, so I hope you can all see my screen. I'm Aras Tai at the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy. I'm also an engineer, but a long time ago, I focused on the interface of technology and society. So I look at a lot of disruptive tech and try to understand what are the implications for governments and society. Today, I'll start by a very brief talk about AVs, because I know previous speakers have talked about it, and the analytical framework I'm going to use to talk about governance of autonomous vehicles. And particularly, I thought for today's session, it's interesting to talk about what's going on in Singapore, what we have learned, and I'll close with some discussions and conclusions. So we all know that AVs, autonomous systems in general, can make decisions independent of humans and function under uncertainty, and rely on AI, sensors, and big data now for conducting many of the tasks and being able to operate under complex situations. We know there are different levels of automation, and my talk is mainly about levels 4 and 5 and what can governments do to allow testing and trials to facilitate that in future in a responsible way. So we know that AVs will have benefits and potential benefits, because some of those issues we are not sure whether there's going to be potential benefit or a negative, such as, is it going to increase congestion under certain conditions? Is it going to increase demand or decrease it? We are doing a lot of simulation. There are different views on different contextual factors that will affect some of these things. What we do know is that there's this recognition to take advantage of the potential benefits. We need to also deal with the challenges that it brings. And we also know that there are countries that are making claims and they're racing to go to the top in terms of mastering the technology and developing or controlling more of the market share. So with that, basically governments are introducing new measures and thinking about regulations to deal with the risk and unintended consequences of the technology. So with that in mind, I will mainly focus on technological risks. AVs have a lot of different risks and issues associated with them. In previous work, I've identified 5 major risks that are being considered, namely safety, privacy, cybersecurity, liability, and effect on incumbent industry. This does not mean that there are not other risks and issues. There are many, but the primary focus in many places is on these. So I will focus mainly on these 5 issues. In order to go through what is being done in Singapore, I will use a governance framework to talk about the governance strategies and actions. So it ranges from taking no action to banning a technology or not taking the risk to adopting a standard command and control strategy, to going to actually have robustness and try to allow for alternative and the risk to exist and basically live with it and develop alternatives to address it, to finally try to learn and adapt and use the risk as an opportunity to improve the system and how we function. So with that, in previous work, what I've done is I've looked at a number of countries and at a time observed in 2019 that there's a lot of emphasis in not stifling the competition. So focus is a lot on developing a working groups, guidelines, soft approaches, let's call it, rather than hard command and control, except for areas such as cybersecurity and privacy that there's more stringent measures along with some aspects of safety. Of course, different countries have had different approaches to this. So what we want to learn is what is going on in Singapore. So the main questions I want to talk about today are what is being done in Singapore to address technological risks of autonomous vehicles? What are the government strategies and what is government doing to basically facilitate adoption and implementation of AVs? The results I share is based on primary and secondary research of discussing with 20 public and private sector entities, as well as desk research and looking at the regulations and guidelines in Singapore. Why should you care about Singapore? Well, Singapore is one of the global hubs of innovation. And in the AV Readiness Index in 2020, it was ranked first. There's significant technological progress and regulatory changes happening in this space in Singapore. And hopefully this will illuminate some lessons for other countries. So when you look at Singapore, we can now see 4 distinct phases of development of AVs in Singapore. In the first phase, we have had agenda setting. So it started in 2013 in the World City Summit with a discussion by the minister talking about Singapore wanting to be involved in this research and by around 10 years trying to basically have the cars running. So this aspiration started in 2013. The Land Transport Authority in Singapore then was tasked with the studying of viability of AVs. And the idea was to take advantage of the business-friendly environment to encourage trial and testing of AVs in Singapore. In the second phase, there was a policy task force, let's call it planning and decision-making task force called CARTS, Committee on Autonomous Road Transport for Singapore, developed. And there was a second entity called Singapore Autonomous Vehicle Initiative, SAVI, that was developed to provide technical support. And along with this, an MOU was signed with A-STAR, which is a technology and research arm in Singapore. And LTA was basically tasked with regulating AVs. The third phase was a crucial phase in the developments here is an intense period of trials for 2 years that showcased like this sort of environment being conducive for experimentation and different issues coming up in terms of security, hacking, third-party access to critical infrastructure, and alike. So what you see in this picture is from one of the works that I'm using to talk today is in this 2-year period, there's a lot of trials going on. Some of the main developments were establishment of first AV research hub, development of Center of Excellence for testing of AVs, partnership with private enterprise, establishment of, for instance, the first driverless taxi trial in the world in 2016 before Uber in Pittsburgh, and a lot of work going on. Also in this period, an accident happened in October 2016 in One North, which is the main test bed area in Singapore. As a result of that, there was a temporary halting of the AV testing. There was an investigation by the Land Transport Authority and Traffic Police to verify there was no major technological issue with the technology. And after some improvement and additional installment of infrastructure for the test bed, the trials continued. The next phase, which is the typical approach in Singapore after a number of years of trial, is crystallization of the regulatory framework for AVs and expansion of the AV capacity. So there are a lot of activities here. I've highlighted some of the important ones. Basically, after this 2-year period, you have the launch of the regulatory sandbox, specific road traffic rules being established for AVs, passing of the Cybersecurity Act that also impacts AVs, passing of the development of the industrial transformation map to look at how transportation workers are going to be affected by this technology. So of course, there's a lot of detail. I'm not going to have time to go through all of them, but I'll just briefly mention that amendments were made to allow the launch of the sandbox, giving the Ministry of Transport the ability to decide on time and space of trials. Developing standards was prescribed, requiring purchasing liability, insurance, security deposits for the trials, mandating data sharing for the trials going on with the LTA, and expansion of the area of a trial after a period. Later on, the road traffic rules specifically for AVs were developed, and there was a crystallization of basically what sort of penalties and what sort of obligations there are for people conducting trials was developed. Further requirements about data recorders, retaining of the information from the trials was developed, and mandates for reporting incidents and malfunctions and deaths and injuries. And this sandbox is set to work for 5 years, and then it could be further extended or become permanent. Following the initial work in 2017, in 2018, the Cybersecurity Act was established that looks at critical information infrastructure, looking at an area of transportation, the commissioner being in charge of developing or setting cybersecurity standards and expecting sharing of information, and working on industrial transformation, thinking about developing 8,000 jobs and reskilling and upskilling by 2030. And further requiring mandates of having a safety driver, black box again, fault systems, passing a different set of tests to be able to test, to test, and then developing tiered system of testing to allow you to do different set of activities in the test area. And finally, close in January 2019, developing a technical reference that allowed to have 4 components to look at fundamentals: driving behavior, safety management, cybersecurity, and assessment frameworks and data frameworks for learning more about what's going on. Along with, of course, there's continuous trial going on as well. So with this, what I want to draw your attention to is how Singapore has been looking at this period of development from 2013 till roughly end of 2020 that this study looks at. After some initial work, there's tiered testing system that you have certain requirements to be able to test in a limited area in the test bed, an expanded area, and then later on, subject to passing stringent requirements to be able to test potentially in real world after you pass certain requirements, which hasn't happened yet, but we're going to have trials for buses in 2022. The technical reference was developed over a period of time to set the standards for how the vehicles have to function, what safety requirements there are, crucially, what sort of data frames are used for sharing of information. In areas of privacy, the Privacy Data Protection Act of 2012 applies to all different areas in Singapore. So the Commission has also released a paper discussing issues relating to data, to artificial intelligence that relates here as well. For cybersecurity, the Cybersecurity Agency is also working with the Land Transport Authority. For liability, the existing motor vehicles rules apply. Of course, there are additional factors for third-party risk and deposits and things of that nature. And as I mentioned, the infrastructure development and ideas around future of workers and what to do to rescale and upscale work. So if you look at this image, you'll see that there's a lot of activity and there are different types of activity. So what I want to briefly go over is that what are these different type of strategies being adopted? Prior to 2013, there was no PPP involved, so Singapore was not vested in the idea. Singapore has embraced the innovation, so it's never banned autonomous vehicles. There's only 1 month halting of the technology. After the 2-year trial period, you have a lot of top-down control-oriented strategy to develop new rules and traffic act for specific to AVs. Launching of the trials showcased that there is a lot of appetite for different types of trials going on, and adaptation-oriented strategy and engagement with industry is something that has been very important here, working groups and discussions with the players and stakeholders. So what can we say based on this? The approach in Singapore is an expert-driven technocratic governance style. It's participatory and collaborative, using this working group frameworks for technical and policy issues. There's a soft risk approach to regulation and anticipatory in terms of building capacity and thinking about the future of the technology using the trials, and an experimentalist spirit to this. What needs to happen is well, further development of the regulations from the learning from the sandbox in areas of cybersecurity and privacy, specific regulation for AVs. For liability, I think there's room to learn from other places, particularly UK, with under HC Bill 143, and no fault liability, I think, is the way forward. And finally, what I want to share as the message from Singapore is that in case of governing AVs, the government stewardship and having a collaborative spirit is what really has been pushing this, and having a political will and political capacity, a policy capacity. I'm going to finish in a second. One thing that I think is a takeaway here is openness to regulatory revision and learning and doing and having experiments and adopting different strategy for different issues around AVs. And with that, I stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Araz. One question comes to my mind. Singapore and Dubai, they are two rich, small countries, but still they are implementing automation and investing billions and billions in it. Why? They don't really need it themselves, because I don't think you have transport problems in Singapore. Neither I think they have the same in Dubai. So why this political choice of investing so much in this kind of innovation, technological innovation?
Well, I think there is a lot of issues in terms of density in Singapore and trying to not have over-reliance on personal vehicles. So the ideas of developing autonomous vehicles and trying different modes of AVs could help with first and last mile issues. You know, it doesn't have to be private owned AV. Another aspect that relates here is that Singapore wants to be a technology hub and provider of knowledge, let's say, to ASEAN and working with the countries in the region. So there's a lot that goes on into like developing this tech ecosystem that comes into play. But I think we do have issues in transportation in Singapore that would benefit from interesting use of AVs. I'm not a big fan of private AVs, but if it's a higher rate of asset utilization, I think it would be interesting modes to experiment with for taxis, for shared mobility in different ways.
Yes. I always stress that the whole point of autonomous vehicle is the idea of sharing, not the private autonomous vehicle, but a shared modality, be it public transport or shared private transport. Because sometimes they ask me, who can afford to buy an autonomous vehicle? And I answer, you don't have to buy it, you just use it. That's the whole point. Thank you, Araz. And now I'm giving the word to Julia, who is going to introduce the instant polling. Is going to start.
Okay, here we are. So as I told you before, all our participants, especially those who are following through YouTube, are invited now to participate to our instant poll. You have three possibilities. You can download the Slido app, or you can browser on your laptop or on your smartphone, this slido.com, and type in this code 940941, or much easier, you can scan the QR code. Then, now, we're going to launch the first poll. So the question is, how relevant do you consider autonomous automatic technology for a safer driving? Let us know your opinion. So now we have 4 participants who voted. Okay, 21 participants. Don't be shy. Let us know your opinion.
Now I'm going to ask Fabio Fossa, who is our discussant, to comment this result. And Fabio, you can ask also the speakers what they think about it.
Right.
Brilliant.
Okay, great. So I see that many people believe that autonomous or automatic technology do have a chance to improve safety on our streets. I agree. Actually, I think that, but basically because of the fact that human error plays such a relevant part in the number of victims and accidents that we have on our roads. So I also believe that automating at least part of our driving functions might actually have a very important impact on safety. So yeah, maybe the question that I would like to ask to the participants of the workshop, that I also would like to thank, because the presentations were actually wonderful, is, do you believe that autonomy or high-level autonomy is a condition to get safer roads, or do you believe that maybe ADAS systems might do the job as well?
So any one of the speakers, feel free to give their answer. John,
May I ask a question before answering? Because I did not understand the exit of this poll. I mean, I believe that the answer I gave pertains to the 33%, isn't it? I had only one chance, no? How relevant do you consider autonomous vehicle? And there were stars. You put some stars, and then which has these answers are talking about what? I didn't understand. 33% is what? 10. Okay, the score. Okay. Sorry. Okay.
I don't know.
10 deserved the best.
Yeah, it is.
Most of the people said yes. Okay, fantastic.
I don't know if John or Rads are still connected, and since they are experts in road safety, they can give us their opinions.
If I may, I would say I think when I think about autonomous systems and vehicles, they have different functions. So there's a lot of different applications, and those will have different requirements. So just relying on one technology that's used mainly for commercial vehicles might not work in many other instances that you use the tech. In Singapore, for instance, there are trials of small vehicles for cleaning the side of the curbs and things like that. So it's not necessary that all of the technologies for commercial vehicles will be applicable. There might be instances that you need to have specialized developments. So there are different, what I'm trying to say is that there are different answers to this question for different types of applications. That's my view.
I don't know if John is connected. John, are you with us?
Yes, I am, Leonardo. I would say that it really depends in the early transitional phases. I think some of the applications will most definitely have benefits in some safety areas, but I think with a mixed fleet sort of situation that we'll face early, that may be a bit of a challenge, or with mixed users, it could be a bit of a challenge. And hopefully things will evolve over time. So my answer would be, yes, I think it can have impacts. We have to be careful, and we'll see better and more improved impacts as we have more of the fleet going in a certain direction.
So I feel like there is a positive attitude towards the autonomous or automatic assistance systems. People actually see them as a way of avoiding incidents. That's the general feeling. Now, Julia is going to launch another Istanbul, and we have 5 minutes to go, and then we have a break session, so we can go have our coffee and come back. Okay, Julia?
Yes, here you are, our second question. Which of the following categories of citizens will benefit more with ADS? So we are very curious. Let us know. Don't be shy, let us know your opinion. The poll will stay open for 5 minutes.
Well, Fabio, what do you think about this kind of general feeling that older people and disabled people will benefit most out of automation?
Well, actually, I have mixed feelings about this. In a sense, I see why elderly people and physically disabled people will benefit from autonomous vehicles. And I think that we are talking about level 5 autonomous vehicles here, because of the fact that also in level 4, automation, some form of control, in a sense, is needed when we move from an ODD to another ODD, for example. And I mean, and I say this because maybe in the case of physically disabled people, this form of control and handouts of control from the system to the passengers might be problematic for those who unfortunately suffer from disabilities. But still, in level 5 automation, for sure, I see why they will be able to benefit from the technology. Now, a lot depends on how we will get there, in a sense, if we will actually be able to reach level 5 automation as we currently understand it. And so in a way that will require little to none supervision or intervention on the part of the passengers. And on the other hand, my doubts concerning elderly people has to do with trust, but maybe this is a problem that has to do with the fact that I am Italian, and I perceive that many Italian elderly people, or at least this is just my experience, but they do not have this kind of trust to new technologies, and I'm not sure whether they will reach that level of trust that will allow them to use and benefit from the technology. So abstractly, yeah, I think I agree on the fact that this might be a great occasion for elderly people to move around independently, and also for personal autonomy. This is a huge opportunity, but we will have to work a lot on education, on improving the level of trust that elderly people will have on the technology in order to expose them to eat in the right way and to strengthen their feelings concerning the technology. So let's say that my doubt maybe here is that under-reliance will be dominating here.
Anyone else? I don't think we have elderly people in the group, but we will all become elderly sooner or later. So how do we see ourselves going to do errands or going to visit our little grandchildren, not having to ask them to take us there? So we just call it up with the app and ask the autonomous vehicle to come and pick us up and bring us to meet our family, or even go to the hospital, something that will eventually come to sooner or later. So let's not be shy and just try to be in the place of an elderly person who is going to be needing to have the accessibility to mobility. The whole point is give accessibility. I know, I don't know if Laura is still listening, because she was referring to something about elderly people in her presentation.
I'm here. Yeah, I was reflecting on the answer before that, yes, in theory, physically disabled people and elderly might benefit, yeah, the most, but nevertheless, we need to deal with acceptance. I believe actually that commuters would have a huge benefit out of that, because in terms of commuters, it's really gained time. If I think of somebody that maybe spends 2 hours per day driving and would really use that time in order to do something else, probably for a 40-year person, this would really improve quality of life.
Yes, I like to.
My thought on it.
No, I perfectly agree. Some time ago, we had an interview with people. We went on a highway in Rome, and then we went to the main train station, and we asked people. I'm not showing it to you because it is in Italian, but I will share it if you want. And we asked people, how do you feel about autonomous vehicles? And they were surprised that even though it was almost 5 years ago, and then they didn't really know much about autonomous vehicle, most people were very positive and willing to try it. And the only one who was utterly adverse to it was a truck driver, because truck drivers have a different perspective of their vehicle, which is work and home at the same time sometimes. But the answer I loved at the end was this lady. She was like, ask her, what would you do in an autonomous car? And she goes, I would like to read. So that gives the idea of how people actually want to take back their time and not waste it in a car in the traffic, which is it's very unnerving.
Yeah. I mean, this is why I was saying that for elderly people, okay, you see, they cannot move with their own car, but they could also call a taxi, for example. Maybe it's not such a high impact on their lives. While if you think also about a young person that loses 3 hours in traffic, then that's a huge impact, probably.
Yes, thank you. Okay, now we want to present something, and Arianna is going to introduce it.
This is also an effect of COVID-19, right? That we had more time not to be in the traffic, and that's why we want that time back. We are really, we caress that time, and now that we are starting driving and moving again, it's like, no, we don't like that.
Exactly, Stefano. And just one
Could
thing, Arianna,
I'm sorry.
Okay,
Leonardo,
thank you.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So now I'm really deeply proud to present the event organizer of this workshop, Mr. Leonardo Annese, who is leader at PIARC, and he deals with international relationship, and obviously he's totally in love with his job, author of When Zero is a Value in 2018, and now he's going to present his last ebook, the Artificial Intelligence in Driving Autonomous Vehicle, A Leap into the 23rd Century. So the floor is yours,
Thank
Leonardo.
you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Just let me click the mouse. Okay, that's it. I'll share the screen. Where is it? Okay. Okay, this is a book that I didn't write alone, of course, because the group with which Stefano, Manuel, Fabio, and 25 others wrote is this one. And I'll just start the presentation. Okay, it's autonomous vehicle, a leap into the 21st century, ethical, social, and safety issues, which is actually the name of the working group, which I'm proud to lead. And the idea of this book is collecting experiences and best practices. And the whole thing is teaching people, as we said before, acceptance comes after knowledge. And this book is actually what it wants to give, knowledge and information on autonomous vehicles. And what I like the idea of showing a 120 years old vehicle, and with people dressed like back a century ago, and the guy on the trunk waving hello to the future, and he's smiling, and it's a very positive attitude, which I liked and loved. It's from a historical archive in Italy. So this photograph has actually an artistic and an historical meaning and value. And it's made of 21 chapters. Actually, we started off with 1 or 2, and then everyone wanted to join in, and they all proposed their own chapter. And you see, it's different subjects. Like for the beginning, we talk about ethics. We will talk about in the next session. And the trolley case, the trolley problem, one of you knows, of course. And then the good driver is ethical or not ethical. Artificial intelligence, of course, the artificial intelligence is the motor of the autonomous vehicle. So when you talk about autonomous vehicle, you talk about algorithms and artificial intelligence. Then we have the challenge of the European recommendation on ethics and autonomous vehicle, like that's John Reed subject, and I'm sure that he will talk about it later. Then perception of safety, that we talk a lot of safety in this first section. Then pedestrians, of course, we don't have just to think about the person in the vehicle, but we have to think about the whole environment that surrounds the autonomous vehicle, which is pedestrians, cyclists, and other cars and other users. And that's important how they perceive the autonomous vehicle. Then, of course, we have the psychological aspect, which is an important part, talking about acceptance, that psychological. And then with the new approach in autonomous vehicle, there is the problem of losing control. Control is a big thing in the human being. Then traffic again, and then we talk about labor, and about labor we have Cornelio will talk about it later on. And then senior citizen again, and inclusive mobility, and the governments of urban mobility, autonomous vehicles, cyber risk. We talk about cyber risk, and road and infrastructure, and then we talked about it before. And the perception, of course, which is the leitmotif of this whole work. It was very exciting to build up this book, and until the end, I had the last 20 and 21st chapters that were added lately after we were closing the book, actually. But I really loved to add these 2 chapters because they're important, and I loved having all these people join in. So it will be in English and in Italian, both versions. The Italian version has already been issued, and the English one will be issued in a few days. And it will be on Amazon and in the bookstore of the publisher. And I like this thing I wrote, which I think it represents the whole thing. Fire, the wheel, gunpowder, electricity, the internal combustion engine, and the airplanes have brought dramatic revolutions in the history of mankind. but it is nothing compared to the revolution changes that artificial intelligence and all its applications are bringing to us. Among these, the autonomous vehicle that, like all innovations, encounters resistance and mistrust. Knowledge is the only tool to fight them. This book wants to tell the story of the autonomous vehicle and all the implications that it will have on the lives of all of us. Ironically, the artificial intelligence which actually drives the autonomous vehicle can help us find a balance between the human dimension and that of technology. So this is our work, and this is a gift I want to offer to you for all of those who participated in the workshop and using this code. Please write it down. You can have 25% off the purchasing price. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed reading as much as we enjoyed writing it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leonardo, for your interesting presentation of your ebook. And now we have 50 minutes break in order so that you can enjoy your deserved coffee. And we will meet again at 4:50.
Italy time, remember.
Yes, sorry, Italy time.
So 4:15?
Yes, in 15 minutes.
4:45, okay.
Leonardo.
And now I give the floor to Leonardo Annese. Thank you, Leonardo.
Thank you again, Arianna. Thank you. Just one word. I would like to thank you, Arianna and Julia, for their help, because this is actually the first time that on a PIARC event we have two conductors and a backstage person who is actually doing a great job launching the instant poll. Then we'll see the question and answer thing. It is a very important addition we would like to have to all our events, because I see there's a lot of participation. And I think it's much better than just having one person talking alone all the time, which is, believe me, it's very boring, monotonous tone of voice. Whether exchanging with Mariana with her lovely voice, it's much nicer. What I would like to talk to you about now is another initiative of our group with Stefano and the other ones, and especially Silvia, who will talk after me. And I want you to see what we are working on. It started off as a survey because we wanted to do a survey on the acceptance of autonomous driving, but then it just grew, and we see that there are a lot of surveys on this matter being proposed worldwide. But we wanted ours to be different, and I'll show you how different it is. Okay, this is our survey, which is not actually a survey. It's a tool in order to have people learn what autonomous driving is. So let's say the survey is actually the excuse to teach people and learn, and again, after consciousness and knowledge comes acceptance. So this is the name of the platform. I call it a platform. It's called You Drive for Me. I like this You Drive for Me name. It kind of reminds me of the European Union's project names, which have this kind of funny acronyms, which give the idea of what it is all about. Just few words that actually give a perfect idea. And I thought about this little robot. We are actually working on the graphics. This is just an idea, and Avi, it's autonomous vehicle, and then that's the nickname. And this little guy is going to take us through this journey, this journey built on this survey. And the survey is subdivided into different sections with different aspects of the autonomous driving. And because this is an example of the questions we're going to ask. And this is, you see in the bottom, there are all the different topics: safety, vehicle, vulnerable user, children, AI and ethics, social, etc., etc. And as they go through this, they will be asked to witness or participate to some multimedia contents. It could be videos, could be websites, could be just the printed material or whatever. So that they, by the end of each section, they will know what this whole thing is about. And we are going to have little quizzes at the in the middle, so they will be tested on what they have learned. And they can just skip the things they are not interested in because they don't have to get points. And for example, we will, you all know what this is, the modern machine experiment. And for example, this is what we are going to put in our path, so people can actually do the modern machine experiment and witness what ethic choice is in autonomous driving. And we will talk in the next session about ethics. And I don't have to explain to you why we talk about ethics when we talk about autonomous machines. And this is our work, and we are actually implementing it. It was not easy because it's something totally new. And I want to thank Fondazione ANIA, which is the assurance, the Association of Assurance Companies, which actually promoted and funded this work. And of course, you're welcome to help us because it's Marco is actually building up the website. It's not easy. I'm very demanding. I always ask something different, something more. We are going to pour in all kind of contents, and it's going to be in English, of course. And so I would love to share with you all. You can probably diffuse it through your own channels and websites or whatever, so we can gather as much as participation as possible, and teach people and show people what the autonomous vehicle is going to propose in the near future. So this is our work, and I'm very proud of it. I'm proud of all the people of the group that have been working with it and the enthusiasm they have put in it. And thank you, Arianna, for presenting me. And we can go on with the next speaker, which is Silvia Bruzzone. Silvia, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, Silvia Bruzzone, actually, with Silvia and myself, we started off with the survey because Silvia is an officer, senior officer, researcher of ISTAT, which is the Italian Institute of Statistics. And it's official, the national institution that provides for all statistics, even for institutions like ministries or the government. So she was the best person, professional to back up technically our work. So Silvia, you have the floor.
Yeah, I share screen. I hope that it's all okay. Wait a moment, that is coming. Can you see my screen?
Coming?
It's coming.
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay.
No. Okay, it is now.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Perfect. I start. Okay, thank you, Leonardo, and for all participants for the introduction and for the contribution. As Leonardo told, my contribution was mainly to the statistical aspect, and I contributed on this survey platform and on the knowledge and perception. And I will describe in this presentation mainly a pilot survey that we did in March 2020 to prepare better this new platform that is coming soon, that Leonardo presented before. What about the background? The group that is led by Leonardo Annese, set up by PIARC Italia on ethical, social, and safety aspects of autonomous driving, is composed by a lot of experts, different skills. So I am a statistician, but we have the lawyer, we have the psychologists and the expert in communication, and so mixing all these skills, we could add a very, very nice result, I think, a very effective results. So in order to build a well-structured questionnaire on the ethical, social, and safety aspects of autonomous driving, oriented to the user's expectations, in March 2020, the group launched the pilot survey via social channels on the topic related with autonomous driving perception and social acceptance. So this is the picture. This is a comic that we used to capture a little bit the interesting of people via social channel, and it was funny, but so it was really effective to capture the attention. But the aim of the survey, so the main aim of the survey is the investigation of some items. Mainly the road users' expectation concerning the autonomous driving. We focused on the suggestions to raise awareness, the involved actors to the introduction of the autonomous vehicles on the roads. And we stressed too on the message to address to vehicle builders, legislators, communication and information technology areas to address better the message. And the respondents were requested to propose new questions that they would have wished to have found in a survey on the perception and acceptance of autonomous driving. Some information about the method. I am a statistician, so you forgive me if I have I want to focus on these aspects too, because the online survey presents many strengths. However, it has some weakness to take into account when we evaluated the results. Because there are some pro and contra, some factors that they are in favor of online survey, like the quickness, the immediate usability by a large share of the population, and the continuous monitoring of the survey status. But there are some weaknesses too, such as the self-selection of the population that is answering to these questions, because they have a high technological profile and they are self-selected, so we don't create a sample with a statistical significant limit and hypothesis on the basis. So we have to take into account this when we read results. Anyway, they are very, very useful to have a guide. What about the questions that we used and variables? So we used all questions in the classical questions, demographic characteristics, gender and age. And we asked about the mean of transport used for daily trips, specific questions on the knowledge of the autonomous driving vehicles and their functions. And the main body of the questionnaire was about the question proposed from these respondents. And so suggestions about what they liked to have in a questionnaire. The group of experts in PIARC Italia subgroup classified the questions proposed in wide and homogeneous categories, to have groups, not single questions and answers. An overview on the results of this, this survey. So you can see that the main part of people were males, 73.4%, and 24.5% females. A few percentage didn't declare, but we can see something about the age. So we had the major part of the group 18-25 years old, and 44.7%, followed by the age group 35-50 years, and 50-65, and in the end 25-35 that had a percentage less than 50-65, but it depends on the people that they were connected and decided to answer. This question was very, very interesting because we asked which means of transport do you use for your daily trips? And as expected, the private car is the first answer, so 63.9%, but it's very interesting to see that local public transport too and bicycle were used 11.5 and 6.8, and a mixed use of some different means, and electric power too, electric scooter too. So it is, I think it is a slice of population that is well informed, and maybe that they accept the electric mobility and the green mobility too. So we asked too about the knowledge of an autonomous vehicle, and if they would like to participate in a survey on autonomous driving. You can see that the result was yeah, very, very, very good for us, because it was 65.7% of people that they told yes, that they know what is an autonomous vehicle, and 28.1% I think so. The interest in filling out a questionnaire on autonomous driving was also manifested by 43.8% of the interviewers. And it's a positive result, even if I didn't say in the beginning, we had only 338 answers because it was a pilot survey, but we can continue to prepare a well and maybe even much well-structured platform for the near future. What about the promotion and time dedicated? So we asked if they would like to promote the survey to relatives, friends, or colleagues, and how much time they wanted to spend to fill in the questionnaire. So we saw from these answers too that there is a favorite, so this is very appreciated, this questionnaire. So they asked, they told, okay, I can share and I can promote this because it's very interesting, but we have to take into account the answer for the time, because maybe we have to calibrate very well the time that we wanted to dedicate it to our next questionnaire, because they answered between 5 and 10 minutes maximum, more or less.
Thank you, Silvia.
I finish only with this.
Okay.
Leonardo, and I give the floor back. As I told before, we classified the suggestions of people that answered in this group that you see. And this is a screenshot of the main answers that they did. So the main questions that I proposed. And so maybe you can see that the first one is maybe what do you think about the impact it could have on human beings, or about the prevention of the accident and so on. This is the platform You Drive For Me that Leonardo presented before. Anyway, we are convinced that the correct information is the best antidote for the suspicion, fear, and rejections. Thank you.
Thank you. Grazie mille, Silvia. Thank you so much, Silvia. As you said, yes, surveys sometimes are long and boring because it's all multiple choice, clicking and clicking. But our platform is going to be interactive, so people can actually enjoy doing it because we will put a lot of fun content in it. So now the next, Arianna.
The next speaker is Mr. Stefano Crisci, who is going to deliver his presentation on Algorithmics, a call for ethics in autonomous vehicles. He's an attorney at law in administrative and civil law, aggregate professor of economics at the University of Rome La Sapienza, expert in artificial intelligence and algorithmics, and member as well of PIARC. So the floor is yours.
Good evening. Okay. Good evening. Thank you very much. I tried to put to make some suggestion. My bio. I teach market regulation at the university as a professor at the University of Economy at La Sapienza. But anyway, no problem at all.
I'm sorry. No,
no problem at all. Market regulation is quite interesting for this this topic. I try to share the screen, and I hope I will manage. Do you see?
No, we can't see.
Sorry, because I receive. Did you see? Do you see? Do you see?
No, we can just read your name on the screen.
Come si fa?
Dovrebbe lasciare attivo il canale video.
Io ho tentato di mettermi in contatto con lei. Che dovevo fare?
Provi a lasciare attivo il video da telecamera.
È attiva? Mi pare, o no? No.
No.
Ok. La telecamera attiva, ok, sorry.
Attiva il mio video.
Dove lo attivo? Avvia il mio video, ok. Forse questo lo devo togliere. Faccio così. Okay. Sì.
Okay.
Poi condivido schermo, giusto di nuovo.
Schermo interno.
Esatto, poi condividere schermo.
Sta selezionando qui.
Dove?
Qui. Selezioni tutto lo schermo.
Schermo interno, ma non importa. Intanto mettiamo.
Perché c'è scritto condividi, si vede.
Adesso vedete?
No.
No.
Potete condividere voi, Leonardo, forse dalla regia?
Che caccio, chiude, fai tu per favore.
No,
Condividi.
Ecco, ora sta partendo, sì.
Ecco, adesso è partita.
Dove? PowerPoint. Ok, perfetto.
Perché adesso non va? Ok. Oh, ok.
È andato.
Grazie. Okay, thank you very much. The main theme I'm supposed to talk today is the algorithmic, but I'd like to understand, to show you and to let you understand what is behind this. So we'll go through, we don't have that much time, but through the concept of ethic and to the concept of and the idea of algorithm today. So here you see an image you will remember at the end of my presentation. Thank God we have, this is a good news, neuroplasticity, which is the opportunity for our brain to change and evolve its own structure on the basis of new experiences that we have faced so far with the COVID-19, with this unfortunate phenomenon that we had, and we will face with the technology, which radically changed our perception of the world and our way of taking decisions. So let me show you, I hope you will hear the voice of this movie. This is a service that Barbara Carfagna, journalist of Rai Uno, TG1, made in 2017, and especially in Singapore, that we had.
The reign of data,
do you hear?
Produced by the internet, is unstoppable and is changing our lives, our relationships, the love, the birth, the
do you
death,
hear?
the politics, the economy. Strolling inside Shiro Takami's 3D water matrix installation, we realize that only art can photograph the immaterial environment in which we now live as connected people. As Americans say, we live drugged by a raging river that we constantly produce. This evening, we leave for a journey towards our future. We take you to Singapore, the second most technologically advanced country in the world. Politics, sentiments, society, and economy change and merge as people, objects, and entire industries connecting to each other. The Oxford philosopher Luciano Floridi says, digital has transformed many things, maybe everything. The way in which we relate to the world, friendship, love, relationships with our families, but also, and above all, social and therefore political relationships. Relations and decision-making processes are increasingly more and more in the world, and from Italy to Asia to Africa, they are delegated to online platforms and computers rather than to humans. Today, our identity is no longer online or offline, but constantly on live. The algorithm decides everything. Krista Lavidi, anthropologist, is considered one of the best under 30 minds in the world in studying the behavior of digital natives. Nobody is bothered by the control. Ours is a pragmatic company. Privacy, human rights, freedom of information, mass surveillance. There is no conscience in all of this. Now, technology and data help us to understand who we are, our identity. Knowing who we are, we will know better where to go. Everything works, so people don't think about technology detached from life, because they converge in a single element. In Europe, there is a different approach. Here, we have an identification number that follows us everywhere, at school, at work, and we no longer notice it. This is a disciplinary society. Instead of punishing crimes in the aftermath, citizens are induced to behave well using big data. The state collects big data in supercomputers and analyzes them in order to create algorithms. In this way, algorithms can regulate the lives of citizens, anticipating their needs, even before they are expressed. Everything is data-driven. We cannot go wrong. We must anticipate and try to foresee everything. Last October, the GovTech was born, the first technological government in the world. A political startup, a digital government within the government of President Lee Hsien-loong and headed by Jacqueline Pu, who gives us her first interview. GovTech seeks in technology solutions to facilitate the life and business of citizens, to release digital services and promote productivity, build processes and public administrations on algorithms. We are ready to revolutionize politics and government towards big data. The structure called A-STAR builds algorithms for traffic, tourism, and disaster prevention. It is a large institute in which the government invests to prove scientific research in Singapore, with the aim of improving the well-being of citizens. I physically log into my Facebook account. We are in the macro space of Rome, but we are also in the infosphere, everywhere. These are my online relationships. It is an installation, but the artist is not a person. It is a Google algorithm. Nobody has a name. I am immersed in my interactions. As the computer associates and reproposes them through the algorithm, thus breaking down and reconstructing our identity. Ours, indeed, is a life redesigned by the web, starting from feelings.
Okay, so you saw in Singapore, was something 2017. You can see you saw how many things are involved, the privacy, and people don't care about the lack of privacy because everything functions. Of course, this is not exactly a democracy. But everything works, and there is the GovTech, which is behind the government of the syndic of the city, of the country, and this GovTech looks after the traffic, looks after the lights, looks after everything which is autonomous. So artificial intelligence is watched by a man, a human being. And so regulation and ethic is taken as a guardrail of artificial intelligence system, because it's like a guardrail, as I say. You see here in autonomous, almost autonomous, not even autonomous, of course, car, how many things interact. So Internet of Things, satellite, whatever. It's and so you can realize and perceive how many things should be coordinated among themselves. And so what is the meaning of ethic in artificial intelligence? What is the meaning? Not the Aristotelian ethic, not even the ethic as a set of rules, which is done of principles, right, integrities, moral values, and etc. But we are focusing our attention on the ethic of technology, which should select the right inputs and should design the right algorithms through a proper selection of inputs, of data, and controls the quality of data and observes the phenomenon, and then it can judge this phenomenon through specialized authorities, independent authorities, or judges. This is our focus, no? Algorithmics. Algorithmics is been done by the Pontifical University of Rome in the Rome Call for Ethic and for Algorithmic in 2020 by the Pope also, and the development of the use of artificial intelligence as principle of good innovation and respecting the Charter of Fundamental Rights mainly. We will see right after why and how this has been done. So there is a theme. Is the human which acquired robots' characteristics, or is the machine that acquires humans ones? So the question is existing or functioning. Artificial intelligence is not intelligent, it's stupid. The intelligence and the sense of the things, we have it. So we cannot say, as Heraclito said, God is not silent, he does not speak, but he means. We cannot say that Google does the same. So we should and we shall learn how to design ethical artificial intelligence system.
1 minute.
Fantastic. So we have to learn how to design, and so this is the meaning of algorithmic, given the error that it could be done. The call for ethics are set down some principles which should be supervised by human, comprehensive, transparency, reliability, etc. And there were 20 ethical recommendations for convicted and automated vehicles. I will send the presentation, so we will. You can see all these principles, these 20 principles to prevent discrimination, to make transparency as the perfect thing. There is a robust infrastructure of European law and regulation, which is kind of flexible and starts from soft law going to stronger law. General data protection, everybody knows, and the white paper, guidelines, Digital Service Act, and the responsibility, and the Responsibility Act, and at the end, the Artificial Intelligence Act presented 21st of April of 21, which goes through stages of risks of the artificial intelligence devices. Depending on the risks, is connected the utilization and the ability to utilize this forbidden or forbidden unless exceptions or other consents. So regulating artificial intelligence today means having tomorrow an artificial intelligence system which is compliant with fundamental rights, efficient and reliable. I'm finished. So regulate AI to fly, all in a swarm of drones. You saw the first pictures were birds. I will love to fly with drones in a few years, not in 15 years. Because the real challenge is not the digital innovation, which is at our service, but our governance. Thank you very much. I'm finished. Everything is there with the cytography, and I will send it to you.
Grazie Stefano, mi dispiace di averti interrotto, purtroppo il problema tecnico ci ha fatto perdere dei minuti. Ora Arianna, presentiamo adesso il prossimo, presento io il prossimo, I will present the next speaker, which is Jessica Uguccione. Jessica is a good friend. Actually, we never met, but we immediately felt a friendship, something that joined us in this common interest. Well, Jessica is the lead lawyer for the Law Commission's Automated Vehicles Review. Jessica's work on developing laws for driving automation technology involves extensive expert and public engagement in the UK and abroad, and participating in the UNACE's Working Party 1 and its informal group of experts. At the Commission, Jessica has previously managed the criminal law team and worked on ride-hailing regulation and consumer protection reform. Before joining the civil service, Jessica was lecturer in law at Durham University and in private practice at Cleary Gottlieb, Steen & Hamilton LLP in New York and London, specializing in corporate law and intellectual property. She graduated with a BA in law from Churchill College, Cambridge University, and LLM from Harvard Law School. Well, this is some curriculum, Jessica. I'll give you the floor so you can talk about your presentation. We are really eager to listen to you. Jessica?
Thank you very much. So all my studies have not prepared me to be able to more smoothly share screen. So nothing I learned in all these institutions
You're not the only one.
Could prepare me. So I was trying and attempting to get myself on, and I cannot help but do a shout out and a great thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I see that Luciana Riorio, who is the chairperson of the UNECE Working Party 1, is also part of the audience here, and I'm very honored that she's also participating in this group. So it's wonderful to be with her and with everyone else. So let's see if I might be able to share screen. So it's sharing back that, but hopefully I can go, let's see, into the beginning of the presentation. So can everybody see the presentation in share screen mode?
Yes.
Yes, fantastic. Thank you. So today I'll be saying a little bit about what my organization is, like the Law Commission, because not everybody will be familiar, and especially how we interface with questions of ethics. So jumping right in, the Law Commission of England and Wales is an advisory body. So we're a group of lawyers that is basically tasked with advising the UK government about changes to legislation. I was actually at a meeting with the European Commission earlier this week, and they saw analogies with the Conseil d'État in its advisory capacity. So we're not a court, although the head of our organization is a judge, but we have an advisory function with the UK government. So we help them identify laws that need to be modernized or changed, and that is precisely what we are doing in the sphere of automated vehicles. So we started the project in 2018, and we're working alongside the Scottish Law Commission. So we have a remit of Great Britain in terms of the laws that we are reviewing. And the aim is quite an ambitious one, which is to help develop the legal framework for self-driving on the roads of Great Britain. So that involves everything from the meaning of self-driving. So I was very interested listening also about your survey and asking people, what do you know about self-driving cars? Different people will interpret that question differently. They'll have very different ideas of what it means to be self-driving. And one of the things we are trying to do is to build in a legal definition which also matches with use cases that are seen in practice. We're also considering a safety assurance scheme that brings together the international requirements, such as those being discussed at Working Party 1 of the United Nations, alongside those of Working Party 29 and all the technical regulations, alongside domestic requirements at a national and indeed local level. We're looking at the obligations also of users and fleet operators, criminal and civil liability, and questions of data access. So you'd think we're looking at a very broad range of issues, but certainly at the beginning of the project, but even to this day, when I go into meetings, especially with members of the public, the only thing that they really want to hear about, and these are the consultations that we've done through the years from 2018 to actually even just last year, is the trolley problem. So although we've done very detailed and hefty documents detailing some of the issues and considerations for regulating AVs, quite uniformly, the thing that people are most interested in is, well, what happens and what does the law say if the automated vehicle finds itself in a situation where there is unavoidable harm? So it's quite a disconnect between what a lot of the public appetite for understanding of AVs is compared to experts, because in expert groups and conversation with industry and even safety groups, this is much less of a priority. So our ambition was to try and bring some practical trolley problems, some practical questions that the public could be interested in and understand, but then also make some tangible recommendations for change and something that we could actually make a difference in, and that didn't just feel like a mind experiment, which unfortunately often these things get just cast aside as being irrelevant. So we looked at questions like edging through pedestrians, for example, Or what do you do, or should you allow a self-driving vehicle to go onto the pavement or sidewalk in American language terms? And even incidents around an animal, you know, if there is an animal, should you avoid it? What happens if you happen to run one over? And also some alternative ways in which people have been approaching these questions. So edging through pedestrians, this was definitely the most controversial question that we've approached probably in the over 3 years that we've been working in this area. We asked basically, should an automated vehicle be allowed to make progress if there is a non-zero chance that the vehicle might make contact with a pedestrian? A lot of people were outraged that we even asked this question. They said, of course not. The answer is no, there should never be a risk. On the other hand, I remember going to a very good demonstration in Israel. And you know, we're going on the highway at quite high speeds with a safety driver. And he said to me, the hardest part of any AV demonstration is getting out of the parking garage. So although vehicles can have these great capabilities, it's actually the situations of negotiating with vulnerable road users that are incredibly difficult. So the outcome from our consultation process on this question was to find that there was very low public acceptance of any risk of making contact with a pedestrian. And indeed, people were suggesting automated vehicles should not be allowed at all in areas where there was dense population movements. And especially they were worried that they might cause injury to people that might be disabled or maybe older and less able to get out of the way. And it was interesting in the poll that you did earlier, Leonardo, mentioning we see the benefits of this technology primarily for those that are more vulnerable. And yet that same aim makes it a bit more difficult for the automated vehicle to interact with them. So that was a really strong outcome. The other question that we asked was about situations where the self-driving vehicle might need to go onto the sidewalk, onto the pavement, or marciapiede, in honor of the Italian heritage of this conference as well with PIARC. And basically, there's a pretty simple rule in most jurisdictions. It's quite clear. Of course, vehicles should not be allowed to go onto the pavement. But in practice, there might be some extreme situations, which are actually quite common in some ways, where the vehicle should possibly go on the pavement. For example, if an ambulance is coming through and there is no space, or something a little bit more extreme and unlikely, for example, where a child might step in front of a vehicle, should the vehicle have the option to consider swerving onto a pavement, if that pavement is free to avoid injury to a child. The views are very divided on this. There was no consensus. But I thought it was very interesting to illustrate how even a very simple rule, and people are advocating that we need a digital highway code, but even a very simple rule that looks like it's black and white, saying you should not go onto the pavement if you are a vehicle, a motorized vehicle, even that rule in practice generates some quite difficult questions. And people suggested you should always hand back control to a human to make those kinds of decisions, for example, or the vehicle should just stop. But that's not always possible. But that was, I thought, quite a strong illustration. In the interest of time, I won't go much into the whole question of animals, but for public acceptance, it's also quite an important aspect to think about what self-driving vehicles will do when faced with possible collisions with animals. If they just ignore it and progress on, it could really have a detrimental impact on public acceptance, if these vehicles are seen as not caring about pets or other wildlife. Some of the solutions that have been suggested to get over the problem of these very nuanced and human-centric road rules and decisions that have to be made by vehicles today is to say, well, vehicles should not cause a fault accident. That's the way to do it. We can just have new rules for self-driving, and they should never be responsible for causing a collision. And I just give here the example of a Supreme Court case from 2015, which again identifies how the questions of causation are themselves extremely nuanced. It was a case of a young girl, she was 13, and she was stepping out of the school bus in Scotland going home. And unfortunately, she had to cross a road with oncoming traffic, and the driver didn't see her and basically ran straight into her. She didn't see the car, he didn't see her, and she basically had life-altering injuries. And at first instance, the court said the accident was 90% the fault of the young girl. When it went on appeal, that amount was reduced to a 70% responsibility, and then it went to the Supreme Court, which actually found that the responsibility was 50-50, especially given the young age of the girl and the conditions at the time, which made it difficult for her to tell the speed of the car. That is just one illustration of how difficult it is for what is quite a simple rule to be translated into a real life situation of allocation of legal responsibility. All I will say about this is that it really ties in strongly with questions of how safe is safe enough. And what I would like to stress is that although we have lots of directions and studies saying that vehicles should have a positive risk balance, for example, they should be safer than the average driver. On the other hand, having the input of society and an understanding of society about what these trade-offs of value are is incredibly important. We cannot just leave the engineers and the researchers to determine these quantities on their own. We need to have a way to allow society to understand what is happening and to also be able to input into what actually ends up occurring. So what we have suggested as a step is a structure, a regulatory structure to provide a space for that dialogue. And so we've suggested as part of our proposals for changing and adapting laws to self-driving to set up a forum for collaboration between developers and regulators, and with duties to consult with road user groups and canvassing public opinions about what is actually being decided and how the outcomes ought to be determined. So that is all from me. I hope I stayed roughly to time. So I will now stop sharing my screen.
Perfectly on time. Thank you. You've been very British. Actually, I like what you said at the end, that people, we do not have to demand to engineers and technicians our lives. And I'm not an engineer, but I perfectly agree. I work with engineers all the time, and I understand what you meant. As a matter of fact, I announced that we are working to create a committee in PIARC subject to the human approach, the perception and acceptance on the psychological point of view. So that is very important, and I really would like to work on it again. Thank you so much, Jessica. It was wonderful to see you again. And our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Mr. Reed, professor who has a 15 years experience in transportation research. He's founder of the Reed Mobility, and is going to deliver his presentation on how can automated vehicles operate safely and ethically. So the floor is yours, Mr. Reed. Thank you.
Hi, everyone, and thank you for that introduction, and thank you to Leonardo and the PIARC team for arranging this this great session. Hopefully you can see my screen. Let me start the presentation. Yes. So I'm going to talk today about some of the work I've been doing as part of the European Commission expert group on the ethics of connected and automated vehicles, the recommendations published towards the end of last year. Myself, I'm an independent consultant through my company, Reed Mobility. But previous to that, I was head of mobility R&D at Bosch. And head of connected and automated vehicle research at TRL, the UK's Transport Research Laboratory, and now working independently in this sector. So for this audience, I don't need to give too much by the way of background, just to say, you know, that it's been 10 years since Google announced their work on self-driving vehicles, and now we're getting close to commercial operation of automated vehicles. So the vehicles on the left, focusing more on the passenger side, the vehicles on the right, and I think this is partly to do with the commercial realities, but also to do with COVID, is the shift to a focus on the movement of goods by automated vehicles. So lots of developments in this space. And I think that it was mentioned earlier by Laura, the Gartner hype cycle. And if we track where automated vehicles have been on this hype cycle, I think the peak of inflated expectations was around 2015, 2016. And we've been going down into the trough of disillusionment. Some of that caused by the tragic collisions involving automated vehicles. But I think we're perhaps getting to the turning point with that, Google starting to operate commercially in Phoenix, others about to follow, Aurora, Argo AI, cruise automation, and examples in the UK as well. We have trials of automated buses starting in Cambridge this week. So lots of progress being made, and I think we're getting close to ascending the slope of enlightenment towards there being genuine commercial uses of automated vehicles. But while we've been waiting for them to happen, I don't think things have happened as fast as had been predicted 5 years ago. But while we've been waiting, it's given us time to think about what are the issues we need to address in the safe and ethical introduction of automated vehicles. And that, I think, has inspired the work of the expert group that I mentioned earlier. So the link is on the screen to the report that we produced. This was a group of about 15 experts that came together from across Europe to discuss the ethical issues of automated vehicles. And we produced 20 recommendations, and Stefano has mentioned them already, but they were grouped into 3 different areas. So there was one group on safety, one group on transparency, and one group on responsibility. So all of the different ethical issues associated with those categories, we tried to come up with a concise set of recommendations relating to ethical operation of automated vehicles in each category. I was in the safety group, and I'm going to talk about some of the key outcomes from our discussions and the recommendations we produced. So the tracks diverging, it's been discussed many times already today, the trolley problem. I think it's the first thing people think about when they hear ethics and automated vehicles. As an expert group, we were very keen that our discussions didn't focus entirely on trolley problems. We see the ethical issues around automated vehicles being much bigger than just trolley problems. But in fact, they do have a relevance. We couldn't get rid of them. The point being that the control of an automated vehicle is dependent on balancing multiple objectives, multiple risks throughout its operation. The trolley problem thinks about one specific moment in time, but this process is continuous, where the vehicle is having to make continuous judgments about how it should operate. Those dilemma situations may genuinely emerge, even if you have adhered to safe and ethical principles of automated operation. So if you can demonstrate that you have behaved safely and ethically up to the point of arriving at a genuine dilemma situation, what happens next should be considered safe and ethical, provided you've acted to minimize harm thereafter. But the point is, you need to be able to demonstrate that you have behaved ethically and socially in the run-up to that dilemma situation. So the critical point being collecting data to be able to show that you've behaved in an appropriate manner up to that dilemma situation. The second point is something Jessica mentioned about rules and when to break the rules. So the rules that we follow on the road are there to help promote safety, to encourage drivers to use the road safely, and to help us understand how one another might behave in any given situation. But in some situations, there might be a reason for a human driver to behave in a way that breaks the rules to help maximize safety. How can we make an automated vehicle manage this situation? Well, we could change the rules, and Jessica alluded to that with the idea of a digital highway code. We could hand control back to a human operator. They could be within the vehicle, or they could be a remote supervisor to decide how the vehicle should behave in that situation. Or we could allow the automated vehicle not to comply with the rule, but it must be able to offer a reasoned explanation as to why it was non-compliant. It must provide data that shows why it chose to behave in that. And if a collision occurs as a result, it would be for a judge to decide whether that non-compliant behavior was acceptable. So yeah, we need to think about compliance with road rules and how we collect data to show that a vehicle was being compliant or not, as the case may be. And then lastly, metrics. So the first recommendation that we made was that automated vehicles should reduce the risk of physical harm. I think everyone accepts that that is a good ambition for automated vehicles. Well, they should do better than human drivers today. But what's less clear is what the benchmark should be. And again, Jessica alluded to this. Should it be that an automated vehicle should do better than an average driver? Or should it be compared to an unimpaired driver, a driver that isn't under the influence of alcohol, an alert and awake driver? And should we think about existing driver assistance systems? Should we be comparing an automated vehicle to a high-performing human driver that is supported by existing driver assistance systems? And that benchmark becomes much higher. Automated vehicles also give us an opportunity to change risk distribution. So we can start to change levels of vulnerability. We can support the safe use of the road by pedestrians, by cyclists, by changing the way automated vehicles behave in their presence. But their ability to detect and perceive those different road user categories depends on having the sensors and the AI to be able to recognize those differences. And all those comparisons depend on being able to make data-led comparisons on safety performance. So, as I've hinted, all of these things fundamentally depend on being able to record data from the operation of the automated vehicle. We need to be able to aggregate and analyze continuous data from automated vehicles. That needs to be accurate. It needs to be standardized so we can make comparisons between different types of automated vehicle. It needs to be comprehensive so we can take into account all of the contextual influences that might affect automated vehicle behavior. And it needs to be shared so that we can all learn from one another in developing systems that are as safe as possible. And the aviation sector has reached a point where that is achieved. I think the automotive sector needs to catch up and learn from data sharing experiences in the aviation sector. Now, any presentation on AI often ends up with an image from the Terminator. But I think this application of this image is actually more relevant because we know what this data collection process might look like. So in the Terminator films, you see the robot goes back in time and he needs to find a vehicle and clothes. And as he walks around, you get a Terminator's eye perspective of the world. Now, there's no reason why a Terminator would have the data appearing in the screen. It's only kind of a representation for the audience. But in the video clip I just showed, you see how the robot segments the world. So it's doing 3D perception and identifying different vehicles, different vehicle types. And it's also doing, it's also showing its confidence in the identification of that vehicle. And these are things that an automated vehicle might need to do. So can it detect the hazards around it? Can it, and what confidence does it have that that is a pedestrian and that pedestrian is moving in that direction? Now, we also see some images of the Terminator driving, and I've picked out some screenshots from that video. So the Terminator is showing its navigation status, it's tracking some key driving parameters, and it's even showing the operational status of its critical systems. Now, again, all of those things might be relevant information to collect from an automated vehicle so that we understand its behavior and can make judgments about whether that was indeed truly safe and ethical. And one final slightly funny point, I noticed that in one of the images, it mentions FSD mode. And anyone familiar with Tesla's autopilot system and full self-driving might capture the joke in that. So on this long and winding journey to automated vehicles, what do we need? Well, I think, as I've alluded to, I think we need to standardize the process of data collection and so that we can all learn and share progress and move more rapidly to the achieving the benefits that we all think are there for automated vehicles. We need those protocols around sharing and clarity on what ethical driving looks like. As Jessica alluded to, not relying on the technology developers to come up with their view on what is safe and ethical, but involving regulators and involving the public in a genuine deliberative process where we understand the implications of safe automated driving and the benefits that might be achieved from its introduction. So again, Leonardo, thank you very much for a very interesting session today. I hope that's been interesting, and I look forward to the remaining presentations. Thank you very much.
Leonardo, turn on your microphone, please.
I'm sorry, I always forget. Excuse me, Arianna. I said thank you, Nick, because I was really looking forward to your presentation. You know that we've been in contact for quite a while now, and your testimony on the European Commission which I've been working on for some time from far apart. But now I see you, which were actually one of the writer of the principles that were issued by the Commission, and which I personally agree. Again, I see a coincidence of intent within what you said and what Jessica said before, not leaving these matters up to the technicians, which have different sensibilities. So thank you, David. I will go immediately. We are a bit late, but I'm sure everyone is enjoying all these presentations, even though we're late. And say goodbye to John, who is leaving. Bye, John. I hope you will see you soon anyway. And our next speaker is David. David, can I say it in Italian? Rio sin sua. I don't know what the exact pronunciation is, but David represents an organization which I came across by accident, but it was immediate love. Trustonomy, the name is actually telling everything about it. And Trustonomy is a European project founded by the Horizon 2020 program. So it's institutional, and a professor at the Institute of Mathematical Sciences and professor of statistics and operational research on leave at UCM. He is member of the Spanish Royal Academy of Science, specialist in risk analysis and decision support with application to safety and security. And what are you going to talk about to us, David? Davis? Tell more about your presentation, and we really want to know all what we can do to help you out. I'm sure the program is open to contributions. Okay, David, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Leonardo. Can you hear me and can you watch my screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We can.
So,
you.
yeah, I'm taking part in this project Trustonomy, which is it includes 16 partners for the European, and it's part of the Horizon 2020, and it has 6 pillars. The global objective, Leonardo will be very happy, is to build acceptance and trust in ADS, in automated driving systems. But it's around 6 pillars. For example, the first one refers to, trying to give some kind of certification of driver state monitoring systems, which is a quite important element in ADS. But similarly for human-machine interfaces, some way to measure trust and acceptance, ways to improve the curricula for driver training in relation with ADS, also in driver intervention performance assessment, and what is probably more relevant for this audience, very interesting audience, by the way, is the ethical automated decision support framework covering liability and risk assessment, which is also the sort of pillar in which we are working more. Our focus is on level 3 and level 4 vehicles, and specifically on the request to intervene operation. And the kind of algorithms that, we try to develop algorithms, so we are the part of engineering that you were describing before. The idea is that we develop those algorithms, we simulate with them, and then we implement in our pilots in the cars. And the idea is we use these kind of algorithms in which the car needs to decide, given the current status of the driver, current status of the environment, and the forecast that the car is making on how is it going to both the driver and the environment is going to evolve, and assessing the risks, tries to decide whether to transfer control to the driver or keep or not, depending also on the operational design domain of operational domain design of the car. Okay, now we make these kind of algorithms and make simulations, and we come with fundamental dilemmas, ethical dilemmas, what we call the fundamental dilemma in level 3 and 4 ADS. We get to situations in which there's a dangerous situation predicted. The driver is expected to be alert and ready to control, but the driver could actually be distracted, and if the ADS transfer control, then there could be potentially catastrophic consequences. So it's a kind of, is related to the trolley problems that you've mentioned, but it's really different. The idea is that should the ADS transfer control, and the driver assumes risk associated with distraction, or retain it, and the ADS makes life death decisions outside its ODD. Now, so we need to come out with ethical decision support. That's a core part of the project. And the idea is that we try to frame the problem within the decision analysis, risk analysis paradigm. So we try to describe what would be the most general objectives, multiple objectives that Nick just mentioned for an ADS. And then we allow the stakeholder, regulators, makers, whatever, to choose the corresponding objectives. We need to choose the weights of objectives, and then we perform very large simulations to assess performance. And if satisfied with the performance, then that could be put in production, or could become some kind of regulation or something. And if not, we try it again. And then the idea is that given these tolerances, etc., the individuals might choose to preserve, I don't know, freedom and liberty, etc. Eventually, if you decide to go outside those tolerances, we could simulate your choices to eventually assess liability in case some bad situation comes out. So now we made an effort to try to come out with as many objectives as possible could be considered. So they're partly related with the principles that Nick just mentioned. So there's some referring to performance, some referring to safety, both individuals inside the vehicle or outside the vehicle, safety of the vehicle, infrastructure, and also issues with respect to reputation, or objectives referring to reputation. Also, we've done a lot of work, some effort on how do we assess these objectives, what are the criteria, what are the attributes. Some of them could be, I mean, there are natural attributes like monetary units or time units, etc. Sorry, but in others, we need to come out with proxies or constructed attributes. So that's part of it. Then the idea is that we propose decision models that may accommodate actually most ethical perspectives. So you could go you could choose a consequentialist or a deontological, utilitarian, self-protective, etc. For short and long horizon decisions, also mentioned by Nick. And there's a number of choices. It depends on the preference model that you choose, the objectives that you actually choose, the attributes that you actually choose, and also the component utility functions, how risk averse, how risk prone, etc., how risk neutral you are. So all of these have important ethical implications. So with this, we come out with, we undertake very long simulations and come out with, trying to come out what is the trade-offs between various weights, implications, what is the impact on, I don't know, the number of injuries versus trip duration, etc., etc. And then the idea would be that, I mean, based on that, the regulator comes out with some safety regulation criteria. And then the industry, based on those simulations, comes out with some standards for weights of the driving utility function. Say, typically would be like something like nominal values plus some tolerances for trade-offs. And this would be approved by the regulator. And then finally, the driver or the user of could tweak that utility function. But if an accident occurs, then we could again perform an extensive simulation with this new setting to check how more likely was, I mean, how responsible was his or her choice of producing that accident. And that's the kind of environment that we are trying to develop. And thank you for the invitation.
Thank you, David. I really appreciate your participating. It's not been very easy to put together all these people coming from all over the world, actually, but we made it. I know it's different times in your countries, and John was in Washington State, and the other one from Singapore, from Singapore. So that's quite a long way. But I always say this is what PIARC does: put together people that otherwise would never come together in another way. And so now our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Brett Stairs, the co-founder and chairman of Partners for Automated Vehicle Education, and he's going to present PAVE campaign presentation. So the floor is yours, Mr. Stairs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here with all of you. I hope you can hear me okay, and I'll share my screen. Hopefully that'll work too.
Yes, it works.
Okay, how's that? Is that showing up?
Yeah.
Great. Okay, so as was mentioned, I am the chairman and co-founder of Partners for AV Education, which we call PAVE. You know, I set it up a couple of years ago with about 16, 17 different members in the autonomous vehicle space. And it's really taken off there. But I would like to just kind of walk you through our mission. And then, you know, what really struck me in listening to a lot of the presentations today is how well aligned our mission is at PAVE and some of the topics that we've been discussing here today. So I look forward to that, and we'll see how the opportunities look when I'm done here. But PAVE began a couple of years ago, as I said, when, you know, autopilot had just been in the market 2 or 3 years. A lot of states in the United States and Congress too, there was a lot of discussion about changing laws and creating frameworks and other requirements around the automated vehicle world. And what became very clear is that everybody identified that the public needed to have a better understanding of what this technology could mean. And yet, virtually every survey, and even to this day, most surveys show that the clear majority of Americans anyway, and I think it's true also in Europe and other markets, really are ambivalent about this future where they turn over all the act of driving. And they're a bit intimidated. There's a lot of misperceptions. And there was a very clear need to start telling the, sort of a fact-based story about autonomy so that people's perceptions and expectations about what was happening could be very clear. So that was really the origin. And it wasn't just the public. We needed to do a lot of work to educate lawmakers and regulators in the United States because this topic was so new and there was so many misperceptions about where it was heading. And that's the result that came about with PAVE. What's unique about PAVE, and right now it's only in North America. We started out in the US at CES a couple of years ago. About a year ago, it became its own independent nonprofit. So PAVE is its own institution now that seeks to raise the public knowledge of automated vehicle technology. And we do not do any lobbying. We do coordinate and collaborate with different government agencies and states because they want to learn and they want to teach their residents and their populations what autonomy is and how they can begin to shape their policies. So we had a very good discussion a week or so ago with the state of Ohio in the US, really a very long workshop with a lot of the stakeholders there to begin to prepare for the future. We also just received a grant from Transport Canada to begin to open a PAVE chapter in Canada. So that was really an exciting thing. But the other point of view that I really wanted to establish when PAVE was founded was to make its membership reflective of all the different stakeholders around this topic. So we'll get to the number of members and who's a member of PAVE right now, but it really does represent everything from automakers to tech companies to insurance companies and advocates for the elderly and blind and disabled communities in the United States, safety organizations and so forth. So it's really a very comprehensive 360-degree membership. So that was important because we did not want PAVE and the education mission to be seen as the automakers or tech companies trying to, skew a certain point of view. This is really designed to create a good awareness and debate around these topics here in the United States so far. The other interesting thing is we created not too long ago 2 advisory councils that really draws from the American institutions of higher learning that have been at the forefront of robotics and automation and policy and ethics questions like we've been talking about here today too, really contributing their expertise and their research and insights to help further the debate. Another interesting example is Johns Hopkins University, which is one of the leading medical universities in the United States in Baltimore, sees it as a real key topic for public health issues for autonomy. So we have a lot of different perspectives from the academic world as well. And we started a public sector advisory to really get more input and feedback from state agencies, cities that are trying to figure out what they need to do to prepare, and of course, federal agencies, and ranging from the Department of Justice to Department of Labor, and of course, US DOT. Here's a quick look at our membership. As I said, we started with about 18 members originally a couple of years ago. We now have 78 members, and most of the membership here reflects the leaders on a whole host of different topics. We have as I mentioned, a lot of the biggest OEMs, including my company, Audi, Volkswagen, and the tech companies such as Waymo and Aurora and Cruise Automation and Argo AI, which we have a partnership with. you know, LiDAR companies and so forth. And it's really been a great thing. One of the factors that we had over the period of the COVID restrictions is we wanted to keep getting the messages out. So that really sort of forced us to do a lot of online interactive panels with experts really digging into very key topics on a whole host of things. And a lot of those are available on demand, and they're also live just about every week. So we can get to the website and you can look up either on the website or through YouTube. You can find the past discussions that we've had. One of the things we put forth at the forefront is we wanted to make sure everybody was pretty much on the same page in terms of what the potential was for autonomy in a very hype-free, fact-based way, to talk about safety, mobility, sustainability, and as we talked earlier, you know, the ability for persons with age issues or disabilities to get new ways of living their lives. That was a very interesting discussion to me, because you really can make a case for the elderly and persons with disability having a huge stake in what this is all about. And there's no groups more excited about what this can bring. Just as an example, only 1/3 of people with a sight disability in the United States are able to really have a full-time job because of the challenges that they have getting around. That's a pretty startling number. And you know, they're in the United States anyway. I think it's also true in Italy and other European nations. There's this massive post-World War II wave of people who are going to begin to retire, and then in a very few number of years, the numbers of people who just aren't physically able to drive anymore is going to soar. And so the need for this kind of easier, more complete way to get around is really something that guides all of us. So this is, you know, this is what we do. We really put a priority on the public's acceptance and understanding. You know, as I said at the outset, most surveys show that the public's still very skeptical, and survey after survey shows that the reason for that is, and here you get a look at how the recent survey from PAVE last year found that 48% of people said they would never drive in a vehicle that was operating autonomously, which is still a very high number. And but the reason you dig into that a little deeper, and you see most of them would feel better about it if they really understood it better. And this is kind of gold for what PAVE is all about, really to help people understand how the vehicle's operating. And certainly when we're in an ADAS world right now, you know, ranging from sort of level 2 traffic jam assist type systems all the way to autopilot, which is still a level 2 system. You know, just to help people understand what their responsibilities are as the supervisor of the car when the machinery is doing more of the driving task every day. So, you know, you see that education really can begin to have an impact. And that's where we're also seeing a lot of growth in the messaging that we've been putting out in the past year. You know, before COVID, but you know, into the future, we also want to have more opportunities for people to actually touch and feel the technology. And again, it's really just to demystify it. And so people will start, you know, especially in San Francisco and California, you see a lot of these vehicles cruising around being tested with safety drivers, sometimes not. Some we mentioned earlier, Waymo in Arizona and some other projects that are underway. People are starting to see it, but it helps when they really understand what it is these vehicles are doing and what this is all about. So really, one of the inspirations that we had when we started PAVE was the success of a program called Click It or Ticket in the United States, which was really started by GM and the National Safety Council, which was the co-sponsor with me in getting PAVE kicked off. Click It or Ticket did an incredible job of getting Americans to buckle up their seatbelts. So much so that it's well above 90% levels now. And it was successful, so successful that eventually the US DOT took over the campaign to keep it going and give it extra funding. So when we started PAVE, it wasn't really to dictate the terms of discussion and engagement around this issue. It was really to begin to find ways to reach people better, to inform and teach and correct some of their misperceptions about autonomy, including people who now think they can sleep in the back seat of a car, which is very dangerous, of course. So we think there's an opportunity to continue to spread this. And we do this, as I said, through the digital messaging online and YouTube types events in person when we can do them. And we've started, as I said, with Ohio and other states and cities to really dig into very specific public sector engagement to help people learn more about what's coming and what the path ahead looks like. But as I said earlier, we started in the United States. We started at a very modest funding level because we wanted to get as many of the participants and the other nonprofits engaged with this effort as possible. Like I said, it was very exciting when Transport Canada wanted to begin a similar project under PAVE in Canada. So we'll be launching that very soon. And as Leonardo and I have been discussing, there is an enormous appetite in different quarters of Europe, and including with my parent company, Volkswagen, and several of the other larger manufacturers or suppliers who are around this issue. I think there's a very good opportunity, and the time is right to begin to think about how this could look in Europe. Again, not that the PAVE started in the US has to dictate all terms of discussion, but rather to be aligned and to coordinate and share resources and tell this story more effectively. So we'll be having some discussion. We have been, and we will continue to have some discussions with key stakeholders in Europe and the UK to really understand how this could look and who could really carry it forward, because we don't want to overextend our mission in the US and then nobody gets a good education process out of it. We want to have sort of an affiliated or parallel organization for Europe, where a lot of the policy issues, as we've been discussing, are quite a bit different than they are in the United States, and the public's acceptance and road conditions are all very different. So we think there's a big opportunity for PAVE Europe and PAVE UK, and look forward to and encourage many of you to reach out to us to join us in that effort to educate the public better. Here's the PAVE campaign website, pavecampaign.org. My address, my day job is I'm head of government policy for Audi in Washington, DC. But that's my direct email. And then PAVE's executive director, Tara Andringa, her address is on there too. So Leonardo, you have these emails and website addresses. I think if you're planning to distribute those, that would be great. So that's a very quick summary that I have right now. I just wanted to share the excitement for educating the public and see how we can work together to do a better job of that in the near future. Thanks. I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you so much, Bert. Exactly, this is the whole idea of this workshop, putting together all these different experiences that are actually aiming at the same point. We're all going in the same directions. Why don't we do it together? I hear things that you're all saying, acceptance, teaching, learning, knowledge, and we all want this. So I propose, let's do something together. PIARC is a third party. It doesn't have interests in any specific technology or promoting any specific country. So we can actually be the arbiter in this mission, because we don't want to promote the US point of view or the European point of view or the Peking point of view, whatever, but we can actually help everyone come together and put together all these beautiful things that I've heard today. And one thing I came up to before giving the word to Cornelio, I would like to propose to you, why don't we work on the survey platform together and build different, help us building it up. For example, PAVE can help us with the technical part. We can add the section on technical information. As you said, people would be more confident if they knew how it works. And that is correct. I like usually, actually, nowadays we take things just for granted. I don't know what's inside my telephone. I don't know how it works. I have no idea. I don't know how a satellite works. I don't know how an airplane flies. But I think this would really help people accept this technology. So if we can get together after this workshop, and I will share with you the project we're working on. It's a starting project, so we can build it together. So PAVE and Tastonomy and Nick, and even with Joe, and we're all doing the same thing. But let's walk together. This is my idea. If you agree, we can put up a wonderful group of people with the same dream. And so I'm getting excited.
That's great. You know, I started PAVE literally going door to door with different companies that were deeply involved in this, and other, advocates for different people. And I think the same thing needs to happen in Europe. So definitely look forward to being a resource together.
And the automotive sector is very important because they are investing in technology nowadays. So we have to talk with them and put in this opportunity. And so, okay, I'll be back with you guys and propose something, and we start working together, and we share this project with a platform. You Drive for Me, which is, I think it's a nice claim. You Drive for Me. I think it actually works. But anyway,
if I could say one more thing real quickly, look, there's no pride of ownership in this education mission from my standpoint and the rest of the members of PAVE.
Absolutely. This is
so it's an open call, army of the willing.
Exactly, and let's go together. There is no flaggy, no leader leading. We all lead together. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, now I'm going to give word to Cornelio Cotet. Cornelio is an old friend, as a matter of fact, even though he's very young. I will let him explain and tell you how we met a few years ago. And he's from Romania, and he's a Schumann trainee of the European Parliament working on transport policy matters. His professional experiences are centered around academia and public policy, on how to design the transport of tomorrow. Similarly, a background revolves around the transport sector, including MSc in transport planning, and the Institute of Transport Studies in Leeds, and in BSc in Air Transport and Logistic Management from the University of Huddersfield in the United Kingdom. So Cornelio, I'm really glad to see you again after so many years. Can you tell us all about you?
Thank you, Leonardo. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm glad to see you too. Actually, this is a very rewarding occasion for me because that's actually how we met. When we conducted surveys for the presentation, for the publication I'm going to present, that's actually when we met 3 years ago, and we didn't actually think we will make a publication of this subject. But because of the fact you called us in Rome into the conference you organized, then we decided, okay, this is a good subject, this is a good project, so let's publish it. So this is actually really rewarding for me that I'm coming back to you and presenting this to everyone here. And all the points, all valid points, everything I've heard until now, I liked all the points, very different takes on what exactly the autonomous technology needs to go forward. And I'm going to share my screen now. Can you see it?
Yes, yes, we see it.
So I'm going to take a different point of view actually on autonomous vehicles, and it's one that it's not talked very often because we don't actually know what is going to happen once we have a full scale implementation of driverless technology. And the point that I'm trying to make is employment. So what it is going to happen with employment, especially at a low skill level. So basically what I'm talking about is drivers and industries that are associated with driving. Seeing that we are very short on time, I'm just going to go very quickly through this. So some of the highlights of this publication is that besides the benefits that the driverless technology is going to bring, there will be also short-term disruptions and social exclusions, especially for people with lower education. And to see what exactly is the public perception about this fact, so about the employment disruption, we conducted a survey which was spread in many countries, and we had around 800 respondents. So we had a pretty balanced view, to say like this, of what exactly the public perception is on this matter. Factors like age, field of work or study, awareness of AVs, income and gender influence, they all have been included in this. The main aims of this was to identify people's perception of the after effects of a full-scale AV launch. So the analysis we made was for a full-scale autonomous vehicles launch. So not only partial one, but a full scale. So basically, in a world where we have only automated vehicles. Also to identify new opportunities and challenges that will arise and skills that will be sought after the implementation, because we will probably have a lot of change in skills. And also to provide policy recommendation about how to ease the labor market after the disruption. Some of the literature that is talking about this, after we analyzed it, I've put some main points that I thought are important. So as some of the authors here, you can see that the dystopian forecast pictures a historic employment disruption. So this has happened before. This is not the first time that this happens. So the industrial sector has had this happen when the automation has been introduced there. So we could take some points from that. So we don't have to face the unknown without anything in hand. So we can actually analyze other industries that have faced automation and how exactly they dealt with it. Same with others. The main point of the literature that is discussed right now is that there is need for more research in this area. There is need for more involvement from both the academia and also the governments and the private sector, because right now there is a lot of talk, but there's not really much done. So there's not really a high analysis of what exactly is going to happen with the employment sector, especially the transport sector, but not only, because it's not only the transport sector is going to be affected by this. The research methodology. So as I said, we had a survey. We analyzed it using descriptive analysis and ordinal regression. And underpinning the hypothesis was tested that what is people's perception of the job losses in the transport sector and related to the understanding. So this is basically a test of what people know, and based on what they know, what they think is going to happen. Some of the interesting facts that we found, as you can see on the screen. Automation has had a positive impact not only on the industry, but also on society. So people think that actually automation helps, but they think that after they've seen the effects, not before. Driverless transportation will generate not only safer, but more optimized and also considerably cheaper transport services. So this is what people think. And this is something that has came up earlier in your discussions about safer roads. And as you see here, the public actually thinks it will be safer. despite the trust in driverless technology from various groups of people, for example, the elderly category. Then the changes in the transport sector will start a domino effect on other sectors. So people are actually aware that when driverless technology will be fully implemented into the transport sector, this will have repercussions in all other sectors. So for example, the insurance sector, what is going to happen with the insurance sector? This is a big question, right? Because who is going to be blamed for accidents? Like this is points that you talked previously. Now, legal concerns. And this is a bit controversial. Many people, especially outside academia, don't like seeing this in presentations, but this is what people think. People think that the governments are not actually prepared for the advancement of AV technology. And if we were to be honest, this is actually true. Governments are not prepared, and there are departments of transport in Europe, and especially my country, in Romania, they have no clue what they're doing, especially about new technologies. They don't know what they are, and they probably will not know in the following years. So they will be hit by this the most. So countries that don't have expertise in these areas. Now, another thing that came up as very important is that the public thinks that it's the responsibility of governments and private companies to reassure that they find the new opportunities for the people that will lose their jobs. So they don't think that it's their duty to actually adapt to these changes and maybe go to courses and do some sort of reskilling practices. They think that the government should actually have the duty to do this for them. So basically make sure that there is some sort of replacement in place. And a bit controversial with what was said earlier, but people still think that they should have the control over their safety. So when we talk about the driverless technology, obviously the safety factor is controlled by the machine, by the AI. But in this survey, people actually thought, no, it's better if we have the control. So this actually shows that many people, like you said, don't actually understand what driverless technology is and how it functions. So promotional campaigns, like the speaker before me spoke about, they are very important. And obviously, the aging population lacks trust in EVs. This is a straightforward point that can be found in any survey about driverless technology. And these are more or less automation and AVs will lead to job losses in the healthcare industry. So as I was speaking before, this will have after effects in many industries. And there are no studies or even preliminary studies in place that actually analyze the full extent of automated technology in the transport sector. And this is the main point of this publication, is to actually raise the awareness of the public policy makers that we do not know what is going to happen and how it's going to influence the economy and the society and the environment as well. And yes, the insurance industry, another big factor. The insurance industry is one of the biggest industries in the world. What is going to happen to it after we have driverless technology? And one positive outcome, which I had to put here because I'm coming from the logistics industry, is that logistics companies are said to be way more productive and way more cost efficient in the future because of the lack of drivers, and also safer. And the main conclusions is that the most feared, the potential introduction of AVs is feared the most by the low income and less educated and uninformed people, because even though they don't understand exactly what's going to happen, they do understand that their job is at risk. So we need governments to promote, first of all, awareness campaigns of what this technology is, and second, to actually make programs of reskilling. So in this manner, when this happens, they will be prepared for the people that will have no job, that their economic life will be influenced. Now, another factor in the employment sector that will happen in transport is that there will not be only loss of jobs, but also addition of jobs, because we will shift from a low skill job to a high skill job. So basically, we will replace low skilled people with high skilled people, which is in the same time good and bad, because while it's very easy to find low skilled people, drivers, for example, it's harder to find high skilled people, engineers that can actually design and manage systems, entire systems. So this will also be a factor to consider in employment.
Yes, Cornelio, we ran out of time. Actually, this thing, the last thing you said is valid for all the technological developments, all automation since the 18th century, when the Industrial Revolution started in Great Britain. A lot of people lost their jobs because there were machines taking the place of the people, and it's going to be more and more and more. That's why now you're starting to think about a universal income. The people can get paid even not depending on the work they do. And it's something we have to think about it, because our society is changing and we have to change accordingly. We could not expect to maintain the same schemes as we had in the 19th century now, and things are changing at a pace that is unbelievable, and we really have to keep our minds open. And this labor part is very important. And I would like to ask you to contribute with a You Drive For Me survey. So you can I can give you the labor section, so you can actually implement it with your questions. I'm sure there will be more technical and more relevant than if I had to write them. Anyway, thank you so much. Now, thank you to all the speakers. We finished all the round of presentations. Now, the final is going to be, I'll give the word to Julia, because we are launching the second session of the Eastern Poles, and then we'll answer to a couple of questions that have been proposed through the web. I'm sorry, we don't have the time to do them all, but I'm sure. So please, vote, and we will discuss about the results, the outcomes of the vote. I'll vote myself.
Okay, so as before, for those who weren't here online on the first session, you need to type in this code 940941, and you can do it through the browser on your laptop or on your smartphone. You can download the Slido app, or you can simply scan this QR code. So the poll that we are going to open now is this. Okay, our question is there a universal set of ethical values worldwide, regardless of culture, religion, and country? And the possible answers are no, there aren't different sets of values, or there are some basic shared values, there are some natural shared values, or I don't know. So please vote and let us know your opinion. Especially all those participants who are following us through YouTube. Okay. So this poll will be active for 5 minutes, and later we will skip to the second question.
Let's do it 3 minutes, Julia. We don't have that much.
3 minutes, yes, it's true, it's true. So please hurry up, vote. The time is running out. So we invite you, let us know your opinion.
It's 50-50.
It's true.
So Julia, what is the result?
Okay, so the majority voted for the first answer. So there are some basic shared values. So the majority of you thought this. The others told that 43% told that there are some natural shared values, and 7% that there aren't different sets of values. Leonardo, what's your opinion? What do you feel about these
Well, I think that
results?
values or ethical values or social values differ depending on culture, look, where you are, your religion, even your economical status. But if you talk about ethics, I would like to ask Stefano, if he's listening to us, what is his opinion on this ethical dilemma? If ethics can be the same all over the world or they can be different. Stefano?
But in my opinion, there are some shared value all over the world, and it's a natural moral value that everybody of us has inside. Ethic could be perceived in various different manners, but there are certain shared values which are valuable all over the world, in my opinion. We can distinguish in between certain things, but it's not possible to deny the basic principle and universal principles of that we have in Europe more than in other countries, but of course all over the world they are valuable. In some wherever there is democracy, there are certain value on the basic rights, of the fundamental rights of the chart of the fundamental rights, as I said in my presentation. And so I cannot say that there are not shared values. I don't hear you.
Leonardo, we can't hear you.
Eh?
We can't hear you. Could you repeat, Leonardo?
I would like to ask Fabio, because Fabio is working on ethics. Actually, his studies is ethics of mechanics, because he's from the mechanic department of the Politecnico of Milano. So it would be interesting to know what he thinks.
Thank you, Leonardo. Well, I think that this is more of a practical question than a theoretical one. I mean, it is very difficult to answer the question in its generality. So if there are some values that, regardless of culture, religion, country, can be applied to all situations. But I guess that if we define those values, or if we research values connected to a particular practical domain, like those of autonomous driving, for example, then we will be able to understand whether or not there is this agreement towards cultures and countries and areas of our world. For example, I was thinking about safety. Of course, safety is a very general value, so it is very important to understand how within a culture you can specify what safety is. But I believe that if we use this methodology from the bottom up, then we will be actually able to select some values that many people all around the world will agree with.
Okay, grazie. Thank you very much. Julia, but can you start with the second instant poll?
Absolutely, yes. So our next poll, now I'm going to show you. Okay, here we ask you, I will trust the human that programs the algorithm that will be driving the vehicle, and we want to know if this sentence for you is true from 1 to 10. So 1, it's not important. 10, it's very important. Please don't be shy. Let us know your opinion. Okay. This poll will be active for 3 minutes. And this will be our last one. Okay. It's rapidly changing. We still have a minute and then we will close this poll. So please, if you haven't voted so far, let us know your opinion. Leonardo, what do you think about these first results?
But people seem to trust the person who actually programs the algorithms. I personally do not trust them so much because Stefano, for example, knows about what predictive justice is and how biased it can be. And so people that program something have their own values and prejudice. For example, Stefano knows that in the US there was a case where Black people were prejudiced because of the predictive justice, who for the bailing were more strict for Blacks than for whites. So because they have a history that put them in a bad angle. So, but this is very personal. So how can you?
No, I do not agree. As a matter of perspective, we are talking about autonomous driving level 5, and I should and I shall trust whoever makes the algorithm. Maybe it's another algorithm after we've had the whole process of designing the algorithms. As I was trying to say in my presentation, I would love to, at the end of the process, fly with one of the drones as the birds in the first slide and the drones in the last slide. They cannot crash anymore. I mean, what must be the 1% opportunity to crash. So that means that we will arrive and that we will have arrived at the maximum level of designing the algorithms. That's why I trust it. Whereas, on the other hand, the person who designs the algorithm of facial recognition, of course, it's another thing. And injustice is another thing again, because injustice, case by case, case law and common law, it's a completely different thing. In this question, I was at the 9%. I gave only 1%.
Actually, I made this question because I know you are interested in this. You have been writing.
I hear you.
You have been writing a lot on this matter, so you know more than most of us. And okay. Are the instant polls, and I hope you enjoyed this new instant poll thing we tried. And we will be sending you a backup, a feedback form if you would like to fill up, so we will know what you liked and what you didn't like, or what you think could be better. It will be very important for us to know your opinion. And now we had some questions, Julia,
Yes.
and Fabio can actually read them. Just read a couple. We don't have that much time, so a couple of questions you think are more important.
Sure, Leonardo, thanks. There are a couple of questions actually that I think are really relevant to what has been said so far. The first one by Paolo is, how relevant do you consider ethics should be in setting up the algorithm system driving your AV? Which is a very general question, but I think that it allows for discussion. And the second one, maybe it's better to ask them together so people can answer the first one or the second one as they please. The second one by Francesca is very interesting. It's on hard law. We had a lot of talking about education, training, raising awareness and so on, but hard law is also maybe important here. And so the question is, do you consider appropriate for ADAS to be compulsory on motor vehicles?
Who can answer to this question? It's more of a technical question. I don't know if because some of our speakers
to the first question, maybe I can try to answer on the how important is the ethical in the ethics in autonomous vehicles. Apparently not, but as I said, it is very important because there are many aspects you have to balance, and if you don't do it with an approach, with an ethical approach, and I mean the ethical approach that I was talking about, which is not the Aristotelic one, which is not the set of rules, but the ethical approach is to see something now in order not to regret tomorrow not having done, and that's my approach. So it is very important. It is very important. Privacy, many other things which are implied in the autonomous vehicle. Even the change of pieces of a car and where they are going after when you are building a car, one of these autonomous vehicles. So you have to think with an ethical approach, everything. This is the moment. We will not have the time to do it afterwards.
Yes, I agree. I agree. And for the other thing, if ADAS should be compulsory, actually they already are, because the European Union has decided that by 2022, all new cars will have to be equipped with ADAS. So it is already like this, and it will be more and more. Like, for example, if you remember, maybe some of you are too young, or the seat belts or the ABS systems, at the beginning they were not compulsory. They did not exist, but then it became compulsory and actually saved millions and millions of lives. So I really think these things should be implemented even by the legislator. And is there another question, Fabio, before we close?
Yes, there's a last question on the public, on how to involve the public, by Suzanne. Suzanne asks, how can we reframe the role of the public as more than just potential users or consumers of this technology and engage with them in a more meaningful way?
I don't quite understand the question. Can you answer yourself, Fabio?
Well, I don't know. Maybe here the problem is to involve the public, not just as Suzanne said, as customers or users, but also as the decision makers and so stakeholders. For example, in decisions that might involve them or their quality of life concerning, for example, the use of autonomous vehicles in certain neighborhoods, or how human-machine interaction should be designed. Maybe it is important to involve relevant stakeholders from the public as well in the design process of the technology in order to see how to, not just for an acceptability, from an acceptability perspective, but also to see whether there are some ethical important values that we are overlooking because we are not in the right position to understand them.
Okay, I think this is actually what Jessica said before, having people involved in this process of decision making. And I think it's people, they have customer satisfaction or customer service before they launch a new product, and I think this is what they should be doing, asking people what they expect from another. Even for the mass mobility as a service, there are services that are not directly connected to the mobility, but are other services that can be provided with the vehicle, food, entertainment, navigation, all this kind of stuff. So I think it is important to involve all the people that will be the final users of the vehicle. Well, that's about it. I think, I don't know what time it is in your country, but in Rome it's about almost dinner time. So a roundup. The roundup is that we have, as I said before, we have a common interest. We have a common goal. We are all doing the same same path. And my advice is let's do it together. And I've heard wonderful things from the very, very high level presentations, very interesting, full of important data and full of important initiatives. Let's not waste this big amount of knowledge and experience. Let's work together, even little things, but we can do it together. As I said, I'd like to ask everyone to work on our project of the survey of I Drive for You. It's something simple. We can do it, and we can actually teach people and have people learn what this vehicle is and not be afraid of it. And this is something I would like to propose to everyone who participated today. And as I said, PIARC motto is exchanging knowledge and connecting people. This is what we have been doing this 4 and 30 minutes hour long workshop. So thank you all. I would like to thank you first, Julia and Arianna, because they're precious, precious, precious help. And it's a new thing that I want to propose for all other PIARC events. And I hope you all enjoyed it. Thank you. I see we have here, I cannot name every one of them. Of course, I name all the speakers. Thank you, Stefanos. Thank you, Cornelio. And I don't know who else is present at the moment. Sorry, excuse me if I do not. Aras is I see here, and Brad is here. Jessica, I think I see here, and of course, thank you, Marco Calvo, for the precious and very important help that he's giving us that allowed us to produce and carry on this workshop. It was not easy, believe me, but I think it was a great thing for me. It was a big success, much further than my most brilliant expectations. Thank you all for coming. That we will do it again. If you have ideas, if you want to propose other workshops, we'll be very glad. PIARC is going to help you carrying it out, no matter where, no matter what time, no matter who you are. Okay. Well, thank you so much.
Very much.
And have a very nice evening or day if you're in the other side of the world. And good night.
Thank you all. Thank you very much, Nardo. Bye.
Good night.
Ciao.
Cheers.
Bye.
Bye.